Everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started here in a second. I would like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It is Tuesday, September 27, 2021. This meeting is now in order. Madam Clerk, would you, one moment please, actually. Could we get the music, I'm not sure where that's coming from, turned off, please? This is creating an actual disturbance. Ma'am, please turn off your music. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Salatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Imbriani, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let me remind members of the public to please refrain from speaking out of order. If folks create an actual disturbance, I will have you removed from the meeting. So please, follow the rules. We have a full agenda. We have lots of folks here tonight who want to participate. Let's ensure that they can. Mr. Dunbar, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We have no minutes of previous meetings, so we will move on to the report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I'm Mayor Dave Bronson, and I need to speak at this time as I oppose proposed ordinance 2021-91. I oppose this ordinance because it is based on inconclusive science, because it is bad policy, and because it is an unconstitutional infringement on the freedom guaranteed to every Anchorage citizen by our federal and state constitutions. But most of all, I oppose this ordinance because it pits neighbor against neighbor, shop owner against customer, and friend against friend. First, I want to make absolutely clear that I share this Assembly's concern about the COVID-19 virus, and I am more than happy to work with you to find reasonable and practical solutions to address the various twists and turns this virus takes while honoring and protecting our constituents' fundamental freedoms. In the 3 months since I assumed office, my administration has taken significant and meaningful steps to fight this virus and to protect the public health. Here are just a few examples. I have repeatedly encouraged Anchorage citizens to consider taking the COVID shot in consultation with their personal health care provider. Through my health department, I've provided over 163,000 COVID tests, 35,000 in just the last 2 weeks, and over 85,000 vaccine doses. I've consistently encouraged our citizens to wear masks wherever and whenever they want. I've issued public service announcements to educate our citizens on what they can do to protect themselves and others from COVID-19. I've spoken and consulted with numerous healthcare providers to inform my policy directives. I have spearheaded a review and revision of the COVID-19 testing sites to ensure they are accessible to the public and especially to our most at-risk communities. I've collaborated with the private sector to stand up 2 additional sites that can administer over 200 monoclonal antibody treatments per day. I have empowered my department heads to work to provide teleworking options to municipal employees and much more. I am not anti-masking, I am simply pro-liberty. I am committed to protecting the physical and mental health of our residents, but I am also committed to protecting their freedom. I have devoted almost 24 years of my life in the military to protecting the liberty and constitutional rights of every American and every Anchorage citizen. I do not intend to stop now. It is simply unconscionable for you to propose yet another mandate that infringes on our constitutionally protected liberties based on inconclusive science and conflicting data. While the World Health Organization has recommended masking throughout this pandemic, it is also acknowledged that the science behind masking is inconclusive.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just stop you for a moment. Folks in the back who are holding up signs greater than 8.5 by 11, please refrain from doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For example, in December 2020, the World Health Organization stated that, quote, "At present, there is only limited and inconsistent scientific evidence to support the effectiveness of mask wearing of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses, including COVID-19, unquote. Similarly, a May 2020 article published in the CDC's Emerging Infectious Disease Journal found that there is, quote, limited evidence for the effectiveness of surgical masks in preventing influenza virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person or when worn by uninfected persons to reduce exposure, unquote. The study's, quote, systematic review found no significant effect of face masks on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza, unquote. Furthermore, a July 2020 study by the University of Waterloo found that COVID-19's viral particles are so tiny that cloth masks are only 10% effective at providing protection. Surgical masks only 12% protective. And while the KN95s are 46% protective, loose-fitting KN95s provide only 3.4% protection against the virus. Try as you might, you simply cannot legislate the laws of physics. A recent article published in the International Research Journal of Public Health studied the, quote, total COVID-19 case growth and mask use for the continental United States, unquote. The study found, quote, association between mask mandates or use and reduced COVID-19 spread in the United States didn't exist. What's more, a 50-state analysis of states with mask mandates versus states without mask mandates found the average daily case count without mask mandates was 17 per 100,000 people, while the average daily case count with mask mandates was 27 per 100,000 people. A similar analysis of Florida counties with mask mandates and counties without them revealed the same results. Counties with mask mandates had a higher infection rate than counties without them. The analysis included counties that house almost all of Florida's largest metropolitan areas. In short, there is substantial data that indicate places where mask mandates have been implemented have fared worse, sometimes much worse, than places that have not mandated masking. Certainly there are many studies that support the use of masks, but as I've just demonstrated, there are also many studies that have found masking and mask mandates largely ineffective. That is why even the World Health Organization has recognized the science on masking is inconsistent and inconclusive. This mandate is reckless and ill-conceived. It is based on unsettled science and old data. I have in front of me just a sampling of studies that have found masks provide little to no protection from viral particles, like COVID-19. There are, of course, many more. Not only is the scientific basis for your proposed mask mandate questionable at best, your proposed policy prescription is as dangerous as it is defective. Dangerous because it represents an unconstitutional encroachment on the freedom of our constituents. Defective because it is not adequately tailored to solve the problem it claims to address. It is overbroad and inconsistent. Please understand, I share your concern about the staffing problems at Providence Hospital. But let's remember that the staffing crisis there existed long before the pandemic. The hospital's leadership has only compounded the problem by mandating a vaccine that by some estimates 20% of its nursing staff will refuse and, as a result, will be fired. We do not need a mask mandate to address our healthcare staffing problems. Providence's self-inflicted problems do not justify infringing on people's fundamental rights. The people of Anchorage should not suffer the consequences of poor business decisions at Providence Hospital. The hospital need only take a few simple steps to resolve its crisis. Revoke its shot mandate so it doesn't lose up to 20% of its nurses, and supplement its remaining staffing needs with the additional healthcare workers Governor Dunleavy is bringing up from the lower 48. We do not need a mask mandate to mitigate healthcare staffing issues. This proposed ordinance is also bad policy because it makes arbitrary and nonsensical distinctions. Why does it exempt wrestlers and swimmers from the mandate but not hockey players or skiers or basketball players or gymnasts or volleyball players or dancers?
Members of the audience need to refrain from clapping. You are creating an actual disruption. If we cannot proceed in a mannerly fashion, we will take a break. Mr. Mayor, would you like to continue your report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How about residents who use local gyms? Why does the ordinance allow for mask removal to drink, eat, or scratch an itch, but not to apply chapstick, take a picture, flash a smile, or smell a flower? Why does a face shield suffice just for a dental patient? Why doesn't the mask mandate apply to individuals who are incarcerated by the police or in police custody? Does the virus actually stop at law enforcement facilities' front doors? The reason these kind of questions are even necessary is precisely because of this mask mandate's shocking government overreach. It is so detailed as to even tell us which limited situations you will prevent us to briefly remove our masks. This kind of government micromanagement of the citizenry would be laughable if it weren't so destructive and dangerous to our freedoms. COVID poses a threat to public health because of the danger it presents to the elderly and folks with comorbidities. But as this mandate and its predecessors demonstrate, COVID also presents a growing threat to the fundamental rights guaranteed by our federal and state constitutions. Our state constitution is rooted in several foundational principles, including individual liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Repetitive mandates that inhibit our ability to enjoy the full measure of our constitutionally protected rights violate those fundamental principles that form the bedrock not only of our state constitution, but our identity as Alaskans. We not only believe in individual autonomy, we expect it. We not only stand for liberty, we demand it. Our state constitution makes clear that these and other rights are inherent to every Alaskan. Those rights belong to us, not you. It's time to let our muni breathe again. It's time to let our residents live again. It's time to let our employees work again, and it's time to let our children play again. You simply cannot mandate away a virus. But as the last year has shown, you can mandate away jobs, you can mandate away businesses, you can mandate away educational progress, and you can mandate away mental and emotional health. Over the last year and a half, we not only have experienced death by COVID, we have also experienced death by mandate. We've grieved the lives lost to the pandemic and mandate-related suicides, and we've suffered as your mandates have killed our jobs, our businesses, our freedoms, and our children's education and our Alaskan way of life. It's time to stop this mandate. Let's educate, not mandate. President John Adams once warned that liberty once lost is lost forever. As elected officials, we must be extremely careful not to unnecessarily encroach on people's liberty, because once we do, it becomes increasingly difficult to reverse course. You know, tyranny rarely presents itself as the Leviathan that we all know it to be. Instead, when a society is paralyzed by fear or overwhelmed with suffering, tyranny often introduces itself as a heroic advocate for what is good, safe, and life-giving. Sadly, the downward descent into oppression often begins with the corrosive idea that freedom itself is the threat that must be neutralized. That is what you are doing here tonight. You are telling the public their freedom is a threat that only you know how best to control and contain. You are exploiting the public's fear and grief over this very real pandemic by saying that their freedom to choose how they breathe is a threat to public health. As President Lincoln might say, you have, quote, planted the seeds of despotism at the doors of City Hall, going so far as to legislate even how we breathe in public. You claim your mandate is necessary because you believe in the exercise of our God-given liberty is fueling this virus. Freedom is our friend, not our foe. It's the surest guarantor of our security, safety, and health. Because you seem determined to make freedom an outsider in our municipality, a pariah in our restaurants, an outcast in our businesses, and a stranger in our places of worship. COVID-19 is a public health concern, but there is a greater long-term threat to the future of our great city, and that is the culture you are creating, a culture that is legislating away our liberty. As long as I am mayor, I will fight to make Anchorage a sanctuary for freedom and a refuge for liberty. Freedom and its progeny are the inheritance Alaska's founders passed on to us, and they are the legacy we are charged with preserving for future generations of Alaskans. I am duty-bound to stand against naked power grabs like this one. They are an affront to our Alaskan and our American values, and they invite citizens of Anchorage, so I invite citizens of Anchorage to stand with me. Your proposed ordinance...
We're taking a 5-minute recess. We are recessing for 5 minutes. We are recessed now for 5 minutes, and we will come back.
Folks, I appreciate and sympathize with your emotion and your energy here tonight. But we do need to conduct a meeting here, and the shouting and the lack of decorum, that's a problem. So I ask as a favor to me that we keep the quiet down. You know, you can do this or something. We don't need to clap. Let's just respect the chair here and proceed on with this meeting. And I ask you to do that as a personal favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to the chair's report. I have a few items to touch on this evening. First off, given that the state and CDC continue to classify all of Anchorage as an area of high transmission for COVID-19, earlier this month, Assembly leadership updated the COVID-19 mitigation plan for Assembly chambers to version 5 to be consistent with the CDC and the Anchorage Health Department guidance. As I mentioned at the last regular meeting, the changes from the prior mitigation plan version 4 are twofold. Masks are strongly recommended for all persons. All persons are recommended to physically distance from others who are not of their household. All in attendance here are requested to wear masks, and I see that some folks are not. There are face coverings available in the back. Second, public participation and testimony. I want to clarify a couple things. The code says that initial and final audience participation is time permitting. There is no guarantee that there will be time for each person to speak at the beginning or end of the meeting. However, this is different from public hearing items, where members of the public testify on a specific piece of legislation before the assembly. There's no time limit on that piece, okay? For audience participation and public testimony, I will alternate between the phone list and the in-person participation and testimony. I'm going to go ahead and discontinue the priority list, and that's the list where after the initial audience participation, we had folks sign up to go to at the end because it was frustrating for some people who waited through the evening to testify, and then also with the phone list as well. So I will be discontinuing that practice. However, for this meeting only as a transitional measure, we're going to begin initial audience participation by calling on the first 3 people on the last regular meeting's priority list who were not called on. That's the only time we'll do this. I want to stress that if you're signed up for the phone list but are here in person and we get to you on the phone list, you will not be allowed to go to the front of the line to testify in person. I realize there have been instances where this may have been permitted in the past. However, we are expecting quite a few people to testify tonight, and I want to be clear about procedure as we go into this. If we run out of time tonight, we're going to continue the meeting to tomorrow, Wednesday, September 29 at 6 p.m. here in the chambers. I also want to touch on adjournment, another procedural item. After the last meeting, there was a question from a member of the public about adjournment. There was a perception that some members were able to speak after we got to the end of the time that we had extended to. And if you look at the agenda, it says the meeting adjourns promptly at 11. Sometimes we do vote to extend the meeting up to midnight, but when the clock runs out, the meeting is automatically over and the recording stops. So if anyone says anything after that up here, it's not part of the official record. A motion to adjourn isn't required, but I realize this can be confusing. Sometimes we extend multiple times. It's not clear exactly what the point of the end of the meeting is, so I'll state that we're adjourned, even though that statement may not be part of the record. Only caveat is sometimes we don't actually adjourn. We carry over to the next, to another day. So just a few reminders, and then we'll move on. First off, concerning Robert's rules, a reminder to all members that during debate and discussion, members, including the mayor or his designee, may speak twice to an item. Obviously, sometimes we make exceptions. I will recognize members who have not yet spoken before I recognize those who have spoken already. Again, we are here to do the city's business and get through the agenda. I also want to note that in prior meetings, members of the public have been removed for creating actual disruptions. Behaviors that create actual disruptions won't be tolerated, and I may not give as many warnings as I have in the past. Please stay on topic when testifying. Use appropriate inside voice when speaking. Refrain from pacing. Respect the personal space of other people. Keep the podium free of personal belongings and refrain from personal attacks. Finally, I ask that all members of the public who are here, whether to speak or listen, to please share the responsibility of welcoming all members of the community to these chambers and extending the courtesy of respect to one another. Again, we are here to do the city's business. Thank you for your assistance and welcome. We'll now move on to committee reports, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Elections Committee will meet tomorrow at noon. We will be going over proposed changes to the Observer's Handbook. This will be a virtual meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera, do you have anything to report? If you're on, we're not hearing you. We'll come back to you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblymember Cameron Perez-Verdilla and I will be co-chairing the Public Safety Committee meeting on October the 6th. And for right now, we just kind of have a typical update from APD, AFD, and our Law Department on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This Thursday at 9:30, the first meeting of the Reapportionment Committee will be meeting. It will be held on Teams.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. And I believe we were having a technical issue. Mr. Rivera? We can't hear you, but I understand you are on the line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Mr. Rivera.
Okay, great. So 2 items today. First is on the annual financial report. And the update here is that there isn't an update from what I reported at the last Assembly meeting. So hopefully we will receive that report and the subsequent audits soon. Second item, on September 16th, the Municipal Audit Committee met to review a variety of sunset audit reports and delve into an issue regarding short-term rentals. On the audit reports, the committee reviewed the findings of the audits and will follow up on several of them, but otherwise made no official recommendations to this body, which is normal. I think there will be a couple of items in the audits that will spark interest when an ordinance changing the sunsets for various boards and commissions is put on an Assembly meeting agenda. So I'm looking forward to that discussion in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Before we get to the addendum, we'll address any laid on the table items. There are 4 laid on the table items, and members should be receiving those shortly if you haven't already. We have 3 AIMs and 1 AR. I will read all 4 into the record, and then we will vote on whether or not to lay the AR on the table. First item, unnumbered AIM. From the Chair, protest of rezone application case 2021-007. A protest of rezone application case 2021-007 was filed with the Municipal Clerk's Office pursuant to AMC 21.03.160D.9.b and was provided for consideration and review by the Assembly. Second item, Assembly Information Memorandum unnumbered from the Mayor. Transmittal of comment received for AO 2021-24. This AIM transmits an assessment of well water data from the applicant in support of AO 2021-24. A third Assembly Information Memorandum unnumbered AIM from Assembly Members Rivera and Zelatel, subject AR 2021-248, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit. This contains a memorandum from L. Tamagi, Vice President of the Midtown Community Council. And the final item, unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $175,000 from the Anchorage Health Department Human Services Division Homelessness to AFD Emergency Operations, all within the area-wide general fund for AFD overtime expenses. Is there a motion for the resolution?
Move to lay the item on the table.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to laying this item on the table? Seeing no opposition, this item has been laid on the table. Do we have a number for it, Madam Clerk?
Just 1 minute, Madam Chair, and I will let you know what is it, it's an appropriation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
This will be item 10E9, 10 Echo 9. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have the appearance request portion of our agenda and initial audience participation. We have 3 individuals signed up for appearance requests, Lester Shepard and Tim Potter. Welcome.
Yes, Madam members of the Assembly and Mayor, thank you so much for letting Les and I appear tonight. With me is Les Shepard. He is the head of the Kathleen Shepard Foundation. And we'd like to walk you through quickly a handout that the clerk's office is handing out, fairly short. This is an effort to recognize something that Les has given a lot of thought to. He and his wife, Kathleen, prior to her passing, played tennis every day as a couple. They learned later in life, but it was a for life, any age, recreational activity that kept them active and moving and actually prolonged Kathleen's life because of some of her health issues. And since Kathleen passed, Les has put together a 501c3 nonprofit charitable foundation and has been planning and working with the administration, the Parks and Rec Department, and other community councils for about the last 7 or 8 years. And it kind of came out of the Mayor Sullivan attempts to create another indoor tennis facility. Now, everybody knows that tennis, to be played year-round, requires that you have some indoor facilities. And to date, they've been handled primarily by a for-profit organization. Nothing against that. But there is a significant amount of population diversity in this town that, due to either cultural or economic, transportation, or other challenges, don't readily have access to be able to take up a sport that anyone can participate effectively when they're very young all the way till the time of their passing. And in looking at Anchorage's Parks and Rec system, Les at that time felt that the West Anchorage location was not conducive to people being able to get there from everywhere in town. So we set out to examine quite a number of locations in town and determined that the best location was Northeast Anchorage. We've evaluated quite a number of sites, 4 or 5 in detail, and have resulted in our recommendation going forward that a facility be developed in Goose Lake Park. Goose Lake Park has seen better days. The bathhouse is condemned and closed. The tennis court is now a bad basketball court built in the woods. And if I could just have another few seconds, that if you can see on the graphics that are provided, we have identified the locations that have been considered. and why we have really selected and come to recommend Goose Lake Park, and then a conceptual layout of what would be 6 tennis courts indoor, and then
Mr. Potter, I have a question for you for Mr. Constant.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I just hope within maybe 30 seconds you could wrap this up and finish your presentation to us.
I can wrap up that quick.
Thank you.
You can see on the right-hand side or east side of the facility, there is a number of colored rectangles. They are for a racket club, office, and pro shop. Then pro shops for bicycles, running, cross-country skiing, redevelopment of a bathhouse that would be functional and new. The purple is a substation and office for Parks and Rec and police, and the light blue facility is a cafe. One of the things that's always talked about along the trail system is to have a cafe that people can stop at. So we know that 3 minutes isn't enough time. We'd love to have a work session with the Assembly to go into more detail and work with the administration. But
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for being here.
thank you. Please look at it. Call if you have any questions. It will be a huge betterment to our park system and make it safer to use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Wackenshaw.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kristen, Solana Wackenshaw. I'm here in follow-up from 2 weeks ago when we presented at the Assembly. I represent the independent apolitical body of physicians, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants who are working at Providence, Alaska Medical Center. First of all, I want to thank you for having me here, and I also want to thank the community and the Assembly for the support we received after the Medical Executive Committee's open letter last 2 weeks ago. We have seen some relief in the pressure on our emergency department. After our presentation here, our ED numbers did drop off to a manageable level from 190 per day to 130 per day. They're now back up to 165 per day. Our number of admissions did not decrease, so we are hopeful that everyone who needs hospital-level care or ER-level care is still coming to our emergency room for care. Elective surgeries requiring ICU beds have been canceled until at least Monday, October 4th. The duration of this pause will be reassessed later this week. And while I don't formally represent our employees at Providence, Alaska Medical Center, I would like to again acknowledge the superb care our respiratory therapists and nurses continue to provide even after more than 18 months of this pandemic. To them and to our other team members, our health unit coordinators, food service and environmental services personnel, our nurses, aides, and techs, our pharmacists and lab and radiology personnel who do all the behind-the-scenes work that keep our hospitals functioning, we thank you. We will continue to provide excellent care for all who come to PAMC. We ask again, if you are eligible, get vaccinated. Wear a mask when you are around anyone not in your household. Get tested if you have symptoms or have an exposure. And I added this one, be kind to one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I do have a member in the queue for you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Wackenshaw, one of the assertions that's been made about staffing issues at Providence Hospital is that they are driven in large part by a requirement to be vaccinated. Is that the case to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, and I don't have those exact numbers at present. So not to my knowledge, and currently we do not have people leaving because of vaccine mandate.
And so have you put forward a vaccine mandate, and if so, when would it go into effect, or has it already?
So the way it's working is that employees that are required to be vaccinated or apply for an exemption, a medical or a religious exemption, and that needs to be, the medical or religious exemption needs to be granted by October 18th, I think it's 18th, October 18th.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
So, thank you. So we've gotten a handful of emails about the mask mandate that was proposed, and one of the issues many of the emails say is that you're lying, that in fact you're not overextended, and if you were, you wouldn't be doing any optional or surgeries and things like that. So my question is, are you lying? And what incentive would there be for you to lie? I mean, why would you come here and tell us you're overextended if you're in fact not?
Thank
Be
you,
honest.
Thank you for giving
They're
me the
listening.
opportunity to answer that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So be honest, they're listening.
Okay.
So, and I'm not to challenge, I'm just sharing with you.
Yes.
We get these questions, you may have the answer.
Absolutely,
so.
and I have tried to arrange a tour for anybody who wants one that's on the assembly. I think the mayor is coming at some point next week. And we do not have, I have no motive, there's no reason for me to lie. I would get nothing from, no benefit from lying. So we are we have canceled all elective procedures through October 4th. They're going to reassess that at the end. They have to periodically reassess because the numbers are changing constantly. So if by the end of the week we can open that back up, we might be able to open that back up. The elective surgeries, specifically, let me speak accurately, that are being canceled until October 4th are those that require an ICU bed after the surgery. So not all surgeries are canceled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
You had stated that you don't know of anybody that's being terminated based on them not taking the vaccine, and I have to be quite frank with you. I've listened to hundreds of persons all across the city, most of them from Providence Hospital, nurses and doctors, that are saying otherwise. But one thing that somebody might not have asked you is the nurses are saying that they're actually being written off of the scheduling. So they're not going to have hours, and that's Providence's way of letting them not be able to work. Can you tell me if that's accurate or not?
Yeah. Folks, come on.
Thank you for that question.
I'm not asking you. Can you please, you have your 3 minutes, I believe, coming up. Can this, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
So I'm representing the Medical Executive Committee at Providence, the independent physician group. So we do have the details of our policy, and I believe they would be available to you.
I appreciate that. So just for clarification, you don't have that information to provide to me?
I can refer you to someone who can answer that for you after the meeting.
Okay. I will gladly like it. If they can please send it to me in an email, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Dr. Wackenshaw.
Thank you.
Dr. Gonset, welcome.
Thank you for seeing me again. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I'm saddened that we again have to show up. I come here as an independent physician. I worked at many different hospitals across town. We actually have a lot of different healthcare professionals, if you could all stand, who's here, internal medicine, we have emergency room physicians, we have infectious disease doctors, we have nurses. I think I speak for everyone when I say this. We are your humbled servants, all of you, to all of you. We are here to serve you. That is what we grew up wanting to do. And not tell you what to do or take away your freedoms. We are here to always give you knowledge, because knowledge is power, because knowledge is how you take care of yourselves and your loved ones. We are not here to tell you what to do. We are only here to tell you what works, how all of you can protect yourselves and your loved ones, how you can protect your children who cannot get vaccinated, how you can take care of the elderly, how you can take care of your community. How is it that every time I turn the TV on, we are fighting? There is misinformation. No one here is turning to your trusted provider. Why? Why? And that's a shame. So this is what we get. Oftentimes, when people come to us in the hospital, it's too late. What kind of doctors would we be if we were not here to give you this message? Don't wait until it's too late. Come to us in clinic. Come to us and talk about your fears. Because fear, anxiety, and suffering is all we've had for the past year and a half. I'm not here to be a politician. God, I don't ever want to be in front of this. This is madness. This is unreal when science is not being listened to, with healthcare professionals are not being listened to, because this is a pandemic. This is not politics. Politics should never marry healthcare. And what has happened? Suffering and death. And that's what's happened. And this has been our reality. And if none of you have actually met someone who's died, who's lost someone, good for you. I pray to God you never have to see what we've seen, because it is a lot of suffering. And we fear that our message is being mucked in the social media. Somebody else said this or that. We are here to tell you, we are here just to give you the power and the knowledge. And that is wearing a mask, socially distanced, get a vaccine if you can, if you're eligible. So please, we are not the enemy, but just come to us for actual discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gonset. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. And I would probably venture to say at what you said about distancing, if people choose to be masked or vaccination, I believe every single person in this room knows that, and they've gotten the message, but you are intertwining politics with medicine. So I'm going to read you something, and I just want, because you mentioned misinformation, and I would like your opinion. Is it okay if I read this to her? It's probably 3 long sentences. I'd like a response.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. This is from the Federation of State Medical Boards. It says, and this might be the reason why people are afraid to speak up. They're also medical professionals. Physicians who generate and spread COVID-19 vaccine misinformation or disinformation are risking disciplinary action by state medical boards, including the suspension or revocation of their medical license. Due to their specialized knowledge and training, licensed physicians possess a high degree of public trust and therefore have a powerful platform in society, whether they recognize it or not. They also have an ethical and professional responsibility to practice medicine in the best interest of their patients and must share information that is factual, scientifically grounded, and a consensus driven for the betterment of public health. Spreading inaccurate COVID-19 vaccine information contradicts the responsibility, threatens to further erode public trust in the medical profession, puts all patients at risk. So my question would be, is there ever a time that you or any other medical professional ask a patient to get a second opinion? And if so, then wouldn't this contradict patients from asking other medical professionals for advice that might be different than the doctor they just spoke to?
I can't speak for anyone about second opinions. That being said, a second opinion is always within your right. So why should you go to one doctor? What I'm saying is you shouldn't go to social media and ask people who are not qualified. You should go to one doctor, then ask around, because you're very right. The majority of us, not the minority, the majority of us carry the same message. So I absolutely agree. Just like surgery, you should always think, if you're not getting the message, if you still feel that, that doctor didn't answer all my questions, it is so important to get that information. So I absolutely agree. And I personally have not told someone that they shouldn't go get a second opinion. But when they come to me, because I work primarily in the hospital, so I don't have a clinic, when they come to me, all I can say is, the vaccine's too late, here are your options. And that's what I have for them. And we always give them the right to look at the side effects. We always give them the results or the side effect profile and say, this is all we have to treat you now. Are you willing to go ahead and start the treatment? And yes, they don't.
Thank you. I think
they have not asked.
I think I'm going to do a quick follow-up. I think you misunderstood my question. And my question was the disinformation that they're accusing other doctors and nurses of giving, and the misinformation. Those professionals who've gone to the same school as you, the same training, the years of dedication, just want to make people better, may disagree with you, are being threatened with their licenses taken. Do you find that is appropriate for the Federation of State Medical Boards to put out?
As a physician, we look to the Federal Drug Administration, we listen to science, we listen to sound knowledge research, facts, and also what we've been seeing within ourselves in our hospitals. We don't decide to do vigilante medicine because we think
Thank you, Chair. She won't answer my question. Thank you.
I don't really know if I understand. I'm happy to elaborate.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Folks, come on now.
I'm here as long as it takes.
Thank you, Doctor, for being here. I do have Mr. Constant in the queue. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just once again want to double down on my deep and abiding gratitude and respect for everyone in your field who's working hard to save lives every single day and has been without stop for the last year and a half. A deep well of gratitude despite the treatment you might receive otherwise. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left in this portion of initial audience participation. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I'm going to go and start with the list from last time. And we have Kim Hayes first on that list, Brad Giroux, and Kimberly F. So, Mr. Turner, would you call Kim Hayes, please?
Hello, this is Kim Hayes.
Hello, Ms. Hayes. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for initial audience participation. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, my name is Kim Hayes. I'm a resident here in Anchorage, Alaska. I wanted to testify tonight to express my strong support for the proposed ordinance related to treating the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically through masking. Wearing a mask is such a small ask of individuals in our community, just to show that we care for one another. In my family of 5, not a single one of us, including my 3 young children, have had any issues wearing their masks dutifully, and 2 of them have asthma. I've confirmed with their pediatrician that mask wearing is actually beneficial to their condition, as COVID would likely have severe impacts to both of them as asthmatics. They have never, ever once complained or expressed the inability to breathe. Sometimes they come home from school and they have forgotten that they're still wearing them. And I just wish adults of our community would act accordingly. I hear a lot of talk about freedom last week 2 weeks ago when I was in the chambers and on social media from people who don't seem to understand it in context. And what I always think about is the quote I've heard many legislators and assembly members use when they talk about freedom. And what I always think is, your freedom to swing your fist ends when you hit my nose, which is exactly how I think about this pandemic. Mitigating the effects of COVID through common sense measures is ironically the only solution to return to any sense of extended freedom that people are looking for. If you are unwilling to make small, safe sacrifices for the good of our community, of our society, you're not fighting for freedom. You are the reason that so many of us must continue to mask up, even those of us who are vaccinated. And you are the reasons the full reopening has to be delayed. I want to applaud the members who proposed this ordinance and again express my strong support for masking and any sort of public health measures you guys can take. Thank you so much for taking your duty to protect public health seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to suspend the rules briefly and allow the final 2 people on the phone and 3 people in line to testify. We have a lot of people for a lot of other reasons, but because we're going to allow the 3 people who are on this phone queue to testify, I would ask the members to support allowing 3 who are in line here as well. So that's my motion.
Second. Is there a second? Sir, please, this is not the time for audience participation. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded. Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to suspending the rules to allow for 2 on the list and 3 in person so that there's 3 and 3? And again, the rules specify that initial audience participation ends at 6. Seeing no, Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'm in the queue. I will support this motion, but I'll just say, I appreciate the chair continues to reiterate that we have a public hearing item tonight, and that will go indefinitely, and that will be an opportunity to speak, particularly if you're here for masks, for example. That is the appropriate time to speak on that public hearing item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, and just quickly as well, if you speak in initial audience participation on a topic that's on the agenda later, you will not be allowed to speak on that topic on the agenda later. This would be used as your time to speak on that agenda item. So if your intent is to speak on, say, AO 2021-91S, then don't speak now on that topic. But you can now or later, but not both. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to suspending the rules? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed with two more folks on the list here for initial audience participation, then 3 in person. Mr. Turner, would you get Brad Giroux, or actually let me check if he's actually here, because again, as I mentioned earlier in my report, this is the only time we're going to do this. This is a transitional thing. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for honoring that opportunity. So my name is Brad Giroux. I'm a 44-year resident of Anchorage, and I will not comply if you pass this mask mandate. Tonight, you're going to hear from doctors up here that try to convince you that we must mask the city, but just remember 2 weeks ago when the testifying doctors evaded Mrs. Allard's questions. Mrs. Allard asked if that doctor offered other treatments besides vaccination. Everyone in the room, including you, knew exactly what she was asking. The room got silent to hear the answer, and that doctor showed her deceit by pretending to not understand the question that was rephrased multiple times, and even though everyone else knew. Doctors are smart, but she was not when playing one on TV. And when Mrs. Allard asked one of the other doctors at the meeting 2 weeks ago if a vaccinated person can test positive for COVID, he tried to change the topic multiple times, and finally when he answered, he would not say a simple yes, even though 1,200 vaccinated individuals test positive every day in Alaska. Actually, I don't know if that's every day or every week at that time. More deceit from a doctor with an agenda. And now you're playing politics with people's lives. We all remember the damage you did to this city with the mandates and lockdowns from last year. That is why Anchorage voted against tyranny, and now Mr. Dave Bronson sits over there. Anchorage has already spoken against your mandates. Children have almost no risk from this virus, and you want to mask a 5-year-old against a parent's will. You are cruel people. These young children are developing their self-esteem, their personalities, and their immune systems, and you want to screw with their development and send many of these children into a lifetime of depression and devastating decisions that come from that for a disease that has almost no risk to children. The vaccine is supposed to protect the adults. Society should not be using children as shields for adults. Keep the masks off the children. Recent history, 2020, 2021, shows that this virus will pass. A little over a month ago, Florida was at a peak of 150,000 cases per week, and now they're falling fast already down to 50,000 cases per week in a month's time. The same will happen here in Anchorage in Alaska, and will happen without your mask mandate. And think of the damage you would do to the environment. Last year, I drove all the way to Wasilla to go on a date with my wife because of your mandates and restrictions. And I saw 2 other couples from Anchorage at the same restaurant doing the same thing. We also shopped in the valley. We dined in the valley. We even looked at property in the valley, but I said no to moving. I have 44 years here in Anchorage. I'm going to put 44 more in, and Anchorage needs my vote. You won't run us out. We'll be running you out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your participation. Mr. Turner, would you get Ms. F on the phone? Kimberly F? Oh, okay. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Kimberly Fry. I've been a resident of Anchorage for 20 years. And like the person that spoke before me, I will not comply with your mask mandate. This is a gross overreach of local government on our freedoms, and we will not comply. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Okay, now we'll go to 3 folks here in person. If you want to go ahead and step forward, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
2 Saturdays ago, the mayor and an Eagle River Assembly member held an invitation-only listening session, featuring as invited speakers approximately 20 medical workers, not 250 as alleged by one popular blog known for embellishing such things, and not one of whom appeared to work in an ICU, a COVID unit, or an ER. At the start of this listening session, Amy Demoski stood right here and stated that the mayor wanted to listen to all voices, even those that don't agree with him. That was a lie. The mayor does not want to hear the voices of medical workers whom they didn't invite, who stood in this room 4 days prior and told him the current situation in our hospitals, about how people not even infected with COVID are dying because they are having to ration care. In fact, during the listening session, people were asked to stand and clap if they thought those medical workers were lying. Will he listen to them today, now that they've presented over 300 signatories to their pleas? The mayor does not want to hear from those who disagree with him, even his own supporters, as evidenced by how quickly they sent the police in after one person dared criticize that the meeting was not properly noticed. I am curious, does the mayor also think that they must pay a price for having their voices heard? The mayor does not want to hear from the families of those who have died from COVID. I do wonder if, being a Christian, he at least prays for them. I hope he does. And of course, the mayor cannot hear from the 692,000 Americans and 532 Alaskans, including nearly 100 reported over the last week, who died alone, suffocating in their own diseased bodily fluids. I do wish that he could at least acknowledge them. But I understand that it's hard to acknowledge these deaths and let the narrative slip a little when that means that you might have to begin to take responsibility for your actions or lack thereof. When that means you might have to start realizing that you could actually save lives if you could lead by your example instead of following the cliquish narrative. And I'm not even talking about mandates here. I am talking about something as simple as setting an example. It's bewildering that our leaders cannot even manage that. I want to be clear, the pandemic, if, as the mayor said, there was ever one, was not over last summer. Let's also be clear that yes, there is more that you can do so that less people die. You may not know what, but there's plenty of voices talking about it, if only you wanted to listen. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. And could you pull the microphone close to so folks on the phone can hear? Thanks.
Andrew Satterfield, honored chair, honored assembly members, most honored mayor. There's a Jewish poem that I like to think of when we're going through hard times like this. Lord, you poured out blessings on your land. You restored the fortunes of Israel. You forgave the guilt of your people. Yes, you covered all their sins. You held back your fury. You kept back your blazing anger. Now restore us again, O God of our salvation. Put aside your anger against us once more. Will you be angry with us always? Will you prolong your wrath to all generations? Won't you revive us again so your people can rejoice in you? Assembly, there is one that the government sits on the shoulders. Medical professionals, there's one who is the healer. I would encourage you to unite instead of creating division and focus and behold on one. Yeshua the Messiah. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Mayor Bronson, before we go to our
Thank
final,
you, Madam Chair. Excuse me?
Before we go to our final speaker, I see you're in the queue. Sir, you need to move your sign and please step away from the podium.
Well, why is that?
Because we have one other person in line who's going to testify, to speak now. So I need you to take your sign.
You're saying this person's going to testify?
Yes, sir. Please take your sign and step away from the podium.
Excuse me, ma'am. He was in line in front of me. Yes, he was.
This young lady is Navajo and Eskimo, and I asked her out of courtesy of my age to hold my line because I have some medical problems. She said she'd be more than happy to. We weren't aware of any kind of constructs or restrictions for that. What I'd like to do is take half my time to this young lady here, and we split that time, which I think is an honorable position to make.
We don't split
Other than that,
time,
it's my time.
Mr. Kendall.
It's my
we
time.
don't split time, and we're going with folks in the line. Okay?
I am in line. I just explained that to you.
Okay.
I asked this young lady who's Navajo and Eskimo, who has traditional native rights, which Mr. Dunbar professes every meeting.
Mr. Kendall.
We've asked to split the time.
Mr. Kendall.
Yes.
Because folks have said that you actually were having someone hold your place, that's a reasonable accommodation. We'll go ahead and you'll be our final speaker. Now the mayor has the floor right now. Would you please hold off before you begin? Okay. 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 Mr. Kendall, stop please. The mayor has the floor. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got in the queue at the wrong time. I did want to address the young lady who spoke previously. She mentioned a couple things that I'd like to factually correct. She says I don't listen. I'm here. I listen. And, you know, and I see the same 20 healthcare professionals here that were here 2 weeks ago. I listened to them then, and I'm more than happy to listen to them now. However, 2 Saturdays ago at Jamie Allard's request, we did have a meeting here because it was the only venue we had that was big enough, and there was 250 people. We need to be precise in our language here, and I think we're losing that a bit. This is about a mask mandate is what we were talking about, and quite frankly, we need to debate the science of whether masks work and whether mask mandates don't. And I'd simply like to read 2 very short quotes.
And Mr. Mayor, I do want to say that we are going to be getting to this item later, and there will be time for discussion. So if you could just really quickly go ahead with your point.
Yes. Okay. Conclusions of the study, the 49-state study. Was this, and this is the conclusions, we did not observe association between mask mandates or use and reduced COVID-19 spread in the United States. So I just want to clarify what we're talking about
Mr.
here
Mayor,
today.
1 moment, please. Thank you, sir. Ms. Zelatel?
This appears to be more appropriate for debate, which the mayor can participate in. We have a lot of other business to get on with. It seems most appropriate to hold this to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Members of the public, please refrain from shouting and outbursts so we can conduct the city's business. Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. I agree. Mr. Mayor has said he's concluded his comments. This item will be up later. We're going to go to our final person, Mr. Kendall, for initial audience participation, and then we're going to move on to our agenda. And again, we're not splitting the time. Kendall, you have 3 minutes. No, there's no sharing of the time. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Please turn your mic on. Can you get the button on there?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my apologies to the young lady, sincerely. So here's...
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Paul, middle initial D. Kendall. That's my name. Ladies and gentlemen, we all attempt to try to message or communicate or express ourselves in many different ways. I have a long record of trying to do those things. Sometimes they're not always pleasant and full of continuity. But 3 minutes is ridiculous. It's a form of censorship. Each one of us is entitled to 5 to 7 minutes, then accrue that minutes and pass those minutes on. These people are failing us like we've never seen in our lifetime. These people just announced combative mode that may be coming. Now I have to stop all the things I wanted to talk about in the new society so that we could grow in these moments of unprecedented turmoil. And I need the chief of police and the mayor to stand up here now and define what combative state is. And let me tell you why that is, ladies and gentlemen. Every public building is owned by us, not these people. They work for us. They serve us. Every building I go to now, a school district, it's not mine, it belongs to the school. Those people humiliate us. They threaten us. It's unbelievable what I'm witnessing. I go to the Legislative Information Office, they threaten us. 2 minutes, private security guards. Not thugs, private security guards. They're here tonight. I come here, private security guards. I had a private security guard attempt to try to distract me and assault me. We damn well need to know what assault is. We need to know what it is for a private security guard to assault us and provoke us. Mr. Darden, thank you very much. In addition to that, You're announcing combative issues, and you don't even, I don't think you people have the connection to what you're doing. But we need to know that moment because they're triggering our police. Our police are our last moment stand between combative or conflict. And you damn well know it, as we all do, what's happening here. Now, the chief of police needs to stand up, him and the mayor and the city prosecuting attorney. We need to have long, unhurried discussions on record, on camera, of what it is to have a security guard come to me and chest me out. Men don't tell men what to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's our construct as men. We set the expectations of your conduct, your character, and your content. And you mess with us, we will terminate you. That's the history of males. We hold order. You betray us, we will hunt you down for retribution. You put a guard in front of me and threaten me, that's bullshit. And we need to understand the rules of engagement from you people who lead us. Now I regret this. This young lady I understand, is a Navajo and an Eskimo. What a traditional moment this intersection is. And to have this kind of leadership who are no longer interested in leading us to be a more free people, they want to be argumentative and combative. It's bullshit.
Mr. Kendall, your time is up. Thank you. And that concludes initial audience participation. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda. Okay. There's no longer a sign-up list for prioritization at the end of the meeting, so we're not going to be having folks sign up here. Time permitting, there will be final audience participation. Mr. Kendall, this is not an open forum. Mr. Kendall, this is creating an actual disruption of the meeting. Please stop. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. And all of you who are in line, if you want to go ahead and sit down, unless it's going to be a while before we queue up for public hearing items. We're going to go through the consent agenda and resolutions. Okay, so under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for a public hearing on a future date. I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. We will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
That's right.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, do you have any items to pull?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10D7 and 10A6.
10A6 and 10D7. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you have any items to pull tonight?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was also going to pull 10D7, but that's been done. But can you add 10D10 to the list, please?
10E10 as in 10 Echo 10?
10D10 as in dog. Thank you.
10 Delta 10. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alpha 2 and Alpha 7 for reading.
10 Alpha 2 and 10 Alpha 7. Thank you. Ms. Zelatel, any items?
Yes, Madam Chair. 3, Echo 7, Echo 8, and Echo 9. Thank you.
Was that 10 Echo 7, Echo 8, and Echo 9?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Constant?
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't heard that item 10 Alpha 3 was pulled, so I want to make sure that one's on the list. And then I'd also like to pull item 10G2, 10 Golf 2. Thank you.
So Ms. Kennedy, that was 10 Alpha 3 and 10 Golf 2. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 10 Bravo 3, and that is it.
10 Bravo 3. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My item has already been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard, any items to pull?
10 Alpha 4, please.
10 Alpha 4. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
10 Alpha 6, 10 E5, 10 E6, and is 10 E9 the one that was laid on the table? They're related to the fire department overtime?
Yes, and it
Okay,
has
and that
been
was
pulled.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so for Mr. Weddleton, 10 Alpha 6, which actually was already pulled by Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then 10 Echo 5, 6, and then 9 was already pulled by Ms. Zalatal. Okay, I'll go over the items that have been pulled. 10 Alpha 2, 10 Alpha 3, 10 Alpha 4, 10 Alpha 6, 10 Alpha 7, 10 Bravo 3, 10 Delta 7, 10 Delta 10, 10 Echo 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10 Golf 2. Are there any other items any members wish to pull?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear 10 Alpha 1 on that list. If we can add that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We will add 10 Alpha 1 to the list. Any other items members wish to add or pull from the consent agenda? Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Is it moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, asking for unanimous consent? Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items have been approved. And so for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, the list that I read, which we will take up next or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all of the items in 10G. So if you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed and accepted. So we'll go ahead now and move on to the items that we have pulled. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-300, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating September 15 through October 15, 2021 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous approval. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, AR 2021-300 passes unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting? And do we have folks here to accept?
Madam Chair, I will be reading it, and I believe there's someone accepting over the phone, so if we could call them before I begin reading.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Turner, do you have the number for the person who's... Okay. Mr. Darden, please step back, away from the podium.
Hello?
Hi, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly? Is this?
Yes.
Ms. Olmos?
Yes.
Welcome. I understand you will be accepting this resolution that's about to be read telephonically.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and start. And just very quickly, I will be reading this resolution today in English, and then hopefully at our next Assembly meeting before this month is over, I will be reading this resolution in Spanish. So the English version today. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month in Anchorage. Whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have played important roles in American and Alaskan history, making significant contributions in the sciences, education, business, law, politics, music, arts, and sports with a rich tradition of military and community service. And whereas the U.S. Congress first recognized Hispanic heritage in 1968 with the enactment of Public Law 90-498, calling upon the people of the United States, especially the educational community, to observe a week with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas September 15th was chosen as the starting date for National Hispanic Heritage Month because it marks the anniversary of the independence of 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, with the month-long recognition also including the Independence Days of Mexico, Chile, and Belize. And whereas the 2021 National Hispanic Heritage Month Observance theme is Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, which invites us to celebrate Hispanic and Latino heritage to reflect on how great our community can be if we hold onto our resilience and hope, and to reflect on all of the contributions Hispanics and Latinos have made in the past and will continue to make in the future. And whereas Anchorage's Hispanic and Latino communities have enriched our community, sharing their cultures, arts, foods, and traditions, helping to make Anchorage more vibrant, inclusive, and welcoming. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September 2021.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a beautiful resolution. Thank you for recognizing the importance and contributions of our Hispanic community. As a commissioner of the Equal Rights Commission here in Anchorage, I know that it is very important to be aware of the rights and concerns of communities of color. And when we see each other not superficially but deep inside, and we get to find out what is meaningful to our community members, what makes them feel safe and happy, then we build a stronger community. And I think this resolution builds towards that. So thank you very much, and happy Hispanic Heritage Month, everybody. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Olmos. And Mr. Rivera, I understand you will be reading it in Spanish.
I will be reading it in Spanish at the next Assembly meeting, not this one today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-314, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, resolution AR 2021-314 passes unanimously. Mr. Dunbar, are you reading?
I'm reading. I don't know if there's going to be a presentation or not. No, okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas in 2017, Governor Bill Walker signed Alaska House Bill 78 into law, making Alaska the second state in the nation to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day on the second Monday of October. And whereas as a welcoming city, the municipality of Anchorage opposes racism towards Indigenous peoples in our community and promotes policies and practices that are equitable and inclusive for all of our residents. And whereas the Indigenous peoples of the lands that would become Anchorage have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and Anchorage is built upon the homelands and communities of the Indigenous peoples of this region. And whereas we proudly recognize that the municipality of Anchorage is Alaska's largest Native village, with more than 23,000 Alaska Natives calling Anchorage home. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage values and honors the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous peoples' knowledge, traditions, arts, philosophy, stewardship of these lands, and their cultural contributions that have shaped the character of our community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2021-315, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2021 as Disability Employment Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, resolution AR 2021-315 passes unanimously. Mr. Peterson, are you reading and Ms. Kennedy, you are presenting?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm reading.
Okay, and let me see if, is Ms. Alfonsi here? Do we have anyone to receive? Okay. My understanding is Ms. Alfonsi is waiting in the lobby. The deputy clerk will go ahead and get her, and then we'll go ahead and okay, we'll go ahead and start, and if you want to go ahead and read, Mr. Peterson, and please step back.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2021 as Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, celebrating the contributions of workers with disabilities and educating about the value of a workforce inclusive of their skills and talents. And whereas this is the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which has now been legally codified, prohibiting discrimination against people with disabilities in various areas of life, including employment. And whereas disability can happen to anyone, and people with disabilities, including those with professional training, can often contribute to the workforce with accommodations and modifications, but are many times overlooked. And whereas Alaska has a lower approval rate for Social Security disability than other states, yet adults with disabilities still need equal access to income and health care. And whereas the past few years, large-scale challenges, changing norms, and employment adjustments prove that many employment requirements may be successfully completed in non-traditional ways, and differently abled individuals have a legitimate and ongoing role in the work environment, however it looks and changes. And whereas variable employment creates a vibrant, diverse, economically sound, welcoming, robust, and competitive Alaska workforce. And whereas policymakers, labor leaders, and employers can increase economic vitality by training for and establishing disability-inclusive workplaces with part-time professional work, disability-friendly technology, and equal opportunity for all. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes October as Disability Employment Awareness Month and encourages the people of Anchorage to further public awareness about disability-inclusive employment with appropriate programs. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September, 2021.
Could you turn on the... Ms. Alfonsi?
Yes, hello. I was watching online and there's a delay, so I apologize for my lateness. I tried. If it's okay, can we, can we take a picture while also speaking to multitask?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Would you like to come back
Ms. Kennedy?
for the photo op? You don't have to. So hello, my name is Annette Alfonsi, and I am the Alaska Partner for Unmasking Brain Injury, which is a global brain injury awareness project. Come on, let's multitask. And I'd just like to say thank you very much for this resolution and for hearing this. Thank you so much. While you're all very, very busy, I'd also like to share that this year's theme of America's Recovery, Powered by Inclusion, reflects the importance of ensuring that people with disabilities have full access to empowerment and community involvement during the national recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. So just wanted to share that. The Disability Awareness Art Show that I plan every year is happening again at Denali Graphics and Frame throughout October, and the event is on the Unmasking Brain Injury Facebook page, and we'll have photos of the art for sale so that people can call to place an order if they don't want to go in person. And the physical gallery is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. So either way, I'd like to encourage people to please support local artists this year. We're also having a healthcare advocacy conference or training on Thursday, October 14th through Saturday, October 16th online on Zoom. And there are more details on the Unmasking Brain Injury Facebook page. So thank you again very much for this resolution, and I very much appreciate your willingness to read it here today.
Thank you for your work, and thank you for being here. We now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2021-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Teresa Steensgaard for her service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to postpone, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Ms. Steensgaard is unable to make it tonight. She didn't have enough time to prep. She wanted her family to be here, so she kindly requested through her department head if we could just delay for 2 weeks, and then we can read this on, I believe it would be the 12th of October, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to taking up this item on October 12th? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, not opposition, just from a procedural perspective. My question is, do we want to postpone it, which would put it into the 11s, or do we just want to reintroduce it for the next meeting so it's at the top of the meeting?
Ms. Allard, do you want to address Mr. Constant's question? Or if you have a preference?
I know that Ms. Steensgaard is disabled as well, so if we can move it earlier in the evening, and so we can just do the first version where if we postpone it, it does go in, it falls down, right? Yeah, let's move it back up so she doesn't have to wait so long. That works for me.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I would
so
just...
if you want-
go ahead,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Constant.
Then let's not make a motion, let's just not pass it, and we'll reintroduce it for the next meeting,
Sounds
and it'll
great.
be at the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So just to confirm, Ms. Allard and Ms. Kennedy, You'll both withdraw your motion and the second.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We now have before us item 10A6, resolution number AR 2021-327, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, recommending all men over 50 discuss screening with their healthcare provider, and encouraging support for prostate cancer research. What is the will of the body?
The will is to do what we did with Ms. Allard's item.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So no action on this one so that we take it up at a later meeting. We now have before us item 10A7, resolution number AR 2021-328, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the late Alaska Attorney General and longtime leader in the Anchorage legal community, John Havelock, for his service to the state of Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel, seeking unanimous approval. Seeing no opposition, resolution AR 2021-328 passes unanimously. Who is reading?
I am reading, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. And Mr. Dunbar is presenting.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the late Alaska Attorney General and longtime leader in the Anchorage legal community, John Havelock, for his service to the state of Alaska. Whereas Johnny Havelock was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada in 1932 and moved to Cambridge, Massachusetts at the age of 14. He attended Harvard College, graduating with a bachelor's degree in 1956 before being drafted into the Army and serving as a military police investigator. And whereas John returned to Harvard for law school and received a JD in 1959. At the beginning of Alaska's statehood, he moved to Juneau, where John began a 4-year apprenticeship with the Alaska Department of Law as an Assistant Attorney General, Chief of the Civil Division, and Deputy Attorney General. And whereas John became a founding partner of L. Guest, Rudd, and Havelock Law Firm in Anchorage. During the same period, John was also elected to the board of the State Bar Association, served as the association's representative on the American Bar Association, and appointed administrator to the Alaska Bar Association. And whereas John's career took him to Washington, D.C., where he served as a White House Fellow and Special Assistant to the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. John then returned to Alaska and assisted with the settlement of the Alaskan Native claims. And whereas John helped organize the Kenai Borough Peninsula and served as his attorney until Governor Egan tapped him to serve as Alaska's Attorney General. And whereas, as Attorney General, John worked on monumental Alaska issues such as the Settlement Act, established a tax regime for oil companies, authorization of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, enactment of the Fisheries Entry Law, and drafted the language of the state's constitutional privacy amendment. And whereas, in 1977, John's public service extended to the University of Alaska Anchorage, where he served as the founding director of UAA's Criminal Justice Center and the UAA Legal Studies program. Even when he returned to the practice of law, John continued to part-time teach political science at the university. And whereas John served as the lead lawyer and staff director for the commission charged with investigating the Exxon Valdez oil spill. And whereas John is survived by his wife, Mona, 5 children and 7 grandchildren, and lived a long life that thoroughly demonstrated his commitment to the state. He set standards and worked on legislation that indisputably changed Alaska. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Attorney General John Havelock for his dedicated service to the state of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September 2021.
On behalf of all the Havelock family members in Alaska, we thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2021-322, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly rescinding Assembly Resolution 2017-52 and appointing a public naming panel to consider naming the Municipal Public Transportation Department Administration Building in honor of John S. Parks. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not necessarily opposed to this idea and making this naming panel, but I'd like to suggest that the naming panel look at both making a short-term and a long-term recommendation. In the short term, I can totally understand the desire to finally have something in memoriam to Mr. Parks after years of waiting. I actually staffed that original naming panel in 2015, so I can understand the frustration of however many years later there's still nothing named after Mr. Parks. But I believe that the original recommendation of the Downtown Transit Center is still the best and the most deserving. So eventually, I think we will have a real transit center downtown, and at that point, Mr. Parks should be celebrated at that location where his legacy will be in public view versus the administration building, which in my opinion is hidden away. So totally fine with approving this tonight and hope that the naming panel will look at both the short and the long term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on approval of AR 2021-322.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Just please bear with us, folks. We're working on a tech issue.
Call your name. Ms. Kennedy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
AR 2021-322 passes 11-0 unanimously. We now have before us item 10D7, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 600-2021, proprietary purchase with legislative consultant for professional lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Perez-Verdilla, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a few questions for the administration on this one. I'm not sure who is the appropriate person to ask, but Let me just start by saying that this appears to be retroactive. It's backdated to August 1st, and I just want to get some clarification as to, it's my understanding that the code requires these to be approved by the Assembly prior to them going into effect. So my first question is really around why was it put in prior to approval, and just wanted some context around that.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, I don't have the document in front of me, but it's my understanding that this actually hasn't been executed yet. So I don't believe this one's been signed. I will double check for you to be sure. We had two, I will double check, but I don't remember signing this one.
Okay, so I've got just a couple of, I did a little bit of research on this. The person that's involved in it registered with APOC and stated that they had a start date of July 16, and then the document that we're approving has a start date of August 1st. So I guess I would question, if it has not been enacted, then can we amend it to have a start date be the date that it is approved? If would that cause a problem? And then I guess my other piece is just for Mr. Gates. I want to just check the legality of this in terms of us approving something that's retroactive if the code requires us to approve prior to it being active.
Madam Chair, can I just follow up on my previous answer first?
Yes, in one moment, Ms. Demboski, if I could just ask members of the public who are here to please try to remain quiet so everyone can hear and we can get through this important business, I would be grateful. Ms. Demboski, and then we'll go to Mr. Constant, and we have a couple other members in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, I want to make sure we give you accurate information. Would it be possible to move this item a little bit later so I can get the information, and then I will give you accurate information?
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, and before we do that, I know Mr. Constant is
thank
in the
you.
queue.
I would prefer, Ms. Demboski, if we held a work session and postpone this item till the next meeting so you could fully get everything together.
So again, through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, I appreciate the idea of a work session. Generally speaking, I will just give you this answer. Generally speaking, the municipality of Anchorage, before we came into the office, had engaged in 4 lobbying contracts that I'm aware of. The idea of this, I have already canceled 2 of those lobbyist contracts. The concept here was to reduce the cost and consolidate. Wendy Chamberlain has a long-standing history of lobbying for the municipality of Anchorage, I think probably close to 2 decades. That was the concept of using this. This isn't new. She's been used by multiple administrations. The specific details on the execution dates, I just don't have them in front of me today. But I'm happy to follow up with you on that. I think I could probably get the answer tonight. But truly, it's the will of the body here. This is for legislative consulting services. Legislature clearly is not in session, but we do expect the governor is going to be calling another special session, and the municipality is aggressively pursuing funds relating to homelessness in the port. So this is instrumental to that. So every delay potentially could delay that if the legislature is called back into session.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant, anything else?
Yeah, I'm not sure which way I'm going to go. I think a work session would be helpful, but I understand the time pressure, so I'd be glad to wait for you to come up with more information, and we can talk about that when the item comes back.
Okay, we've got 2 other members in the queue on the phone. First, Ms. Zelatel, and then Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the item as put forward is flawed in such a way as that it needs to be brought back before us, because if it is that the contract started already, then that would be an inappropriate item before us. And then I have some issues with this not having been a competitive process. Our previous
lobbying contracts were awarded through an RFP and a competitive process. So at this time, I move to postpone this item indefinitely to give the administration an opportunity to come back with the appropriate items.
So there is a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel, did you want to add anything else?
No, I think I've already spoken to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I had basically the same questions and would support the motion by Ms. Zalatel to postpone this indefinitely so that the administration can get us some answers and put together an AEM that really details the dates of when she's starting and ensures that we wouldn't be voting on something that was illegal if she started before we authorized it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Domboski would like to answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, I'm having IT issues. My computer just reset. So I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, this document is not fatally flawed. I just checked with the purchasing director. The contract has not been executed. We could simply amend the date to today or tomorrow. And to Ms. Salatel's point, I can't remember in my 6 years on the Assembly a lobbyist contract being competitively bid. The prior administration, which we retained, which the Mark Begich contract, which is one of the Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck, which we have retained, was not competitively bid to my knowledge. Jordan Marshall's contract was not competitively bid to my knowledge. J&H Consulting was not competitively bid to my knowledge. Neither was Good Faith. So I think the concept of competitively bidding lobbyists is kind of ridiculous because I don't know any administration that's actually done that. It's not typical, and it's not needed pursuant to the purchasing director, and she's here if members have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a procedural question. We had a motion on the floor, and then there was a second motion to postpone indefinitely. Is it not appropriate to make a third motion? I'm assuming we have to clear this motion before and another one can be presented, an amendment of sorts. Is that true?
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. It's my understanding that we need to address or dispense with the motion to postpone indefinitely before any other motion can be on the floor.
Thank you. So I'll speak to the motion to postpone indefinitely. My concern about this was simply that the date and when we take action on it, and if the administration is willing to address that and change that, then I don't have a concern. So in that light, I would encourage my colleagues to not vote to postpone so that we can move forward on this and we don't delay it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I'm going to go to Mr. Rivera, and then Mr. Constant, and then Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 points. First is I agree with Mr. Perez-Verdia. I just want to make sure for my part that procedurally this document is not, as Ms. Alatel stated, fatally flawed, and I think the current date in the document does make it fatally flawed. So I would like to make sure that we update the date in the document, and that can be done through a simple amendment. And then second is I just want to make it clear on the record, just based on my memory and then validation from folks who worked in the prior administration, that the prior contracts which the Assembly approved were actually done through a competitive RFP process, which, as the municipal manager has stated, is probably a different tactic than most previous administrations have used. And perhaps the prior administration had a specific reason for doing that, and then this administration may not want to go that route. But I just want to make it clear on the record that it was a prior competitive process for the contracts that we did have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was actually in the queue for the previous, just the main motion. So I actually don't support the motion to postpone indefinitely, but for my part, I would like to postpone just for one meeting, not because I think this should be competitively bid or anything along those lines, but because since we as a legislative body are being asked to appropriate for a lobbyist for the municipality, I would like a briefing, more than just a couple of sentences, on what the intent of this work is going to be. And so for me, it's just an eyes wide open question. So I don't support this motion, and I look forward to the next part of the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And Ms. Quinn-Davidson has taken herself out of the queue, and I do not see any other members in the queue, so members may, Ms. Allard, do you wish to speak on the motion?
Thank you. I'm assuming the administration, this is going to Ms. Demboski, I'm assuming the administration can explain it tonight so we can get through this and vote for it and just move it on, especially if Mr. Perez-Verdia is okay with the simple date change. I would just like to get through it so we don't have to delay it any further. Ms. Demboski, can you explain in more detail, please?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to defer to Senior Policy Advisor Larry Baker. He's been the one that has been dealing with the lobbyists.
Mr. Baker?
Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Allard, the lobbying contracts on behalf of the municipality, both at the state level and the federal level, in my experience, have never been a bid item because there is special expertise that people that the municipality have. In the case of Ms. Chamberlain's firm, they have represented the municipality in not only the past administration, but prior administrations for, I think, 15 to 20 years. It's particularly important right now as the legislature is about to go into special session for that we have representation and interaction with the legislators and the governor's office. We have a lot of issues on the plate, particularly as it relates to the port and many other, the homeless funding issues. We have requests in, and that we have representation in Juneau. So if you have any questions specifically about the credentials of this firm, I'd be happy to address them. I've worked for them for many years, and this is a firm that Joe Hayes started back in the 1980s and has represented the municipality extremely well over the years and brought to our municipality hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in municipal assistance and revenue sharing. And I think it would be a mistake not to have representation at this particular time, especially with the session pending. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Quick follow-up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Quick follow-up, Ms. Allard?
So I guess what I'm hearing is that I understand what you're doing and I get it. So I guess what I'm hearing is that this is actually time is of essence at this point.
It's very time sensitive. Yes, it is.
Can you tell me again, as a reminder, when did we go into a special session again with the legislature? Do you remember?
October 1. This Friday, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Baker. So we have Ms. Zalatel in the queue next, and then Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll withdraw my motion in light of the request to either have a work session or see what additional information we can get.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Does the second, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, do you withdraw your
Yeah,
second?
that sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. So we are now back to the motion to approve, and I have Mr. Peterson next.
Thank Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the only member of this body who served in the legislature, I've known Ms. Chamberlain, and she was a lobbyist for Anchorage when I was in the legislature. And she has relationships with current legislators. And I believe that this is a timely contract, considering that they have another special session starting on Friday. And so I'm in favor of this. If we need to change, amend the date on this, I think that's something we could do on the fly here and not delay this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to amend this item to be effective September 29th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez-Verdilla, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, I was just informed by the administration that they were comfortable having it begin tomorrow, and I believe that would solve the problem of ensuring that it is approved by the Assembly prior to execution.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Seeing no further discussion, and I believe we may have to take a voice vote. Is that okay? Just
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, wasn't able to text you. May I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you. I think this is probably for Ms. Demboski. I was just wondering then, if we start the contract on September 29th, which I don't have an issue with, is there already a contract executed or not? I think we probably need to know that, and whether Ms. Chamberlain has been paid any money yet. Thank you.
Ms. Demboski?
Through the chair, thank you. I've confirmed with the purchasing director there has been no contract executed with Ms. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any follow-up?
Great, thank you. And so no funds have been distributed to her either?
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. LaFrance. Oh. That was a question.
Oh, sorry, that was a question. Would you restate, Ms. Quinn-Davidson? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just confirming that no money has been distributed either to this person.
For the record, Ms. Demboski shaking her head no. Do you want to go ahead and speak?
Okay, great. That's great. Thanks, Ms. Demboski. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to change the effective date to September 29, 2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us to approve AM 600-2021. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve. Oh, sorry, hold on a sec. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree and understand the administration's rationale for having this approved now and not delaying it. And so I will be voting yes, but I do think it makes sense, whether through a written memo or a work session, to do as Mr. Constant suggested. It is going to be a little bit after the fact, but I still think it's important for the public and for the Assembly to get an understanding of how things are changing with regards to our lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve AM 600-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
This item passes 11-0.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, just a point of order. I'm receiving several emails from people who are listening over the phone, and the people who are speaking on the phone, the members are on this phone, they're having a difficult time hearing them. So I just want to encourage members on the phone to speak slower and clearer. I'm having a difficult time hearing them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So again, if members on the phone could speak clearer, slower, louder, appreciate it. Madam Clerk, from a technical standpoint, are we okay now to proceed?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think we're going to need to take a technical break and reboot the system.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take our regularly scheduled dinner break and return in 20 minutes while the technical issues are addressed.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Constant? Item 10D, Delta 10. We now have before us Assembly Memorandum Number AM 621-2021, change order number 12 to purchase order PO 2020-004913 with AK Happy Time LLC, DBA Alex Hotel
Waive
Anchorage. Thank you for non-congregate shelter services. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pull this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just noticed a really small error in this item, and I spoke with Ms. Dombowski. We were trying to figure out the best way to handle it, but I just decided to pull it and then quickly move to amend. And I'd like to amend line 31, page 1 of the AM. That first reference to November should say November 2020 rather than 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there anything else that you'd like to say regarding the amendment, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No, that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I've got Ms. Zelatel in the queue.
I'm sorry, my request for the queue was for after this amendment. Thank you.
Oh, for the main motion? Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Any discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, can you have her repeat it? I can't hear her properly through the phone.
Sure. Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you go ahead and repeat the amendment?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So on the AM, Ms. Allard, on page 1, on line 31, there's a reference to November 2021, but it should actually be November 2020. And Ms. Dombowski, she's probably nodding her head right now. I can't see her, but we both agree on it. We're just trying to fix an error.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I believe I saw Ms. Dombowski nod her head yes. Yes. She nodded her head. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Eller, did you have any further questions?
That was more clear, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Seeing no other members. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I might ask that we amend the amendment because now that I look closely at it, line 36 references 2021. Line 40 also references 2021. And so both of those would need to change to bring the whole thing into date alignment. So I would move to amend that motion to add those lines.
And a second agree. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I just want to check with Ms. Dombowski. Does that track? Yes. Thumbs up from Ms. Dombowski. Is it, and Mr. Constant, for clarification, this is an amendment to the original amendment? Okay. So we'll go ahead and vote.
I'd be happy to just, I was going to say, Ms. LaFrance, I'd be happy to just incorporate those two items Mr. Constant just mentioned into my amendment, if that would be easier.
It's harder.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Appreciate the offer. We'll go ahead and procedurally, we need to vote first on the amendment to the amendment, then we'll vote on the amendment, and then we'll be back to the main motion. So members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment, and there's text on the screen, on the walls, and in front of members too that specifies what the amendment to the amendment is.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera? Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Oops, sorry. Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, Mr. Rivera is on the line.
Mr. Rivera?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Mr. Rivera.
Okay, I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. The amendment to the amendment passes unanimously, 11-0. We now have the amendment before us. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for either Ms. Demboski or the CFO. The fund certification on this appears to be very similar to the fund certification on item 10D13, which is also another non-congregate shelter accommodation, but it's slightly different in that this one indicates an operating budget and the other was a COVID-19 response disaster. I'd just like some clarification if there's a difference in the fund. In fact, the numbers are even very close. And if it's intended that this will be submitted for FEMA reimbursement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Demboski?
Through the chair, the CFO needs to just do some double checking. So if you want to pause and come back to this one, we can do that, or we can just take a moment.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Demboski, do you think you'll just need a few minutes? If it's longer, we can come back to it.
I think it would be best if we just circle back to this one.
A little bit later?
Yeah.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, can we put this item on pause and come back to it? Then. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next item that was pulled from the consent agenda. That's item 10E5, 10 Echo 5. We now have before us item 10E5, resolution number AR 2021-333, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in amount not to exceed $20,000 from the area-wide general fund
Waive reading.
101000, thank you, OECD, to the miscellaneous operational grants fund 261010, Assembly Branch for restrictive plating and zoning covenants and restrictions mapping project. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I just wondered if Mr. Constant can explain to me. So it just shifts where the money comes from, or can you explain what's going on here?
Yeah, thank you. At the first quarter budget revisions, we moved a substantial amount of assembly budget and my personal assembly pool of funds into a grant program, but inadvertently they were made into the OECD grant fund as opposed to the assembly grant fund. And so what this does is it moves the funds back to the assembly branch and allows us to proceed with the contract as previously planned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-333.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
This item passes unanimously, 11-0. We now have before us item 10E6, resolution number AR 2021-334, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $19,000 from the Anchorage or the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sale Tax Fund 206000 Anchorage Health Department Homelessness and Mental Health to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for the Homelessness Information Management System for Mass Congregate Care.
Give reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I did this at the request of the administration. Ms. Domboski can speak to it. I hope.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just searching through my pile of papers to find it. So really quickly, for this one, the OMB had flagged this one in the review, telling me this isn't an appropriate legal mechanism, being that we only do contributions. Contribution transfers, think of them as a transfer. It's an internal mechanism to move money within line items or between line items. It's not something that we do to external agencies. So for example, if the health department is going to be giving this to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, that's not a municipal department, it's not within the department. The appropriate mechanism would either be a grant or the appropriate mechanism would be a contract process, which would go through purchasing. But this, technically, we don't have a mechanism to do a contribution outside of the municipality. It's just not, it's not a legal framework that we recognize.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Any follow-up, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard? Or actually, I'm sorry, I have Ms. Zalatel in the queue next, and then Ms. Allard, and then Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like our legal counsel to weigh in on either any changes that would need to be made to this or ways in which, or if this would be okay to get funds to the Anchorage Coalition to meet this need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And did you say you wanted Mr. Burke or Mr. Gates to weigh in? Who did you request?
Assembly counsel, please.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates?
I want to make sure I clearly understood the question, please, if you could say it again.
Ms. Alatel, would you restate the question?
Sure. I would be happy to. The question is whether or not we are able to make this appropriation to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for this purpose, or if it needs to come back in a different format. Ms. Demboski indicated that a contribution isn't allowed because contributions are only allowed interdepartment or within the municipality and not external to the municipality.
Well, that's a difficult question for me to answer without really looking into this a little further. However, in my experience here, I think that we have had things like this going to outside the municipality. It's not unheard of. It's not usual, though. I can't really give a definite opinion, about the legality of this specific one. I'm not comfortable to do that without actually giving some time to researching this more thoroughly. But we do have in our charter, and what I heard Mr. Dembowski explain was being able to transfer between categories of appropriations, and that is in our charter. And so what she described is it doesn't necessarily take a resolution like this. However, I understood the question is about transferring to outside the municipality in this manner. So I'm sorry, that's not really a very comprehensive answer that you were looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Madam Chair, if I may, I would move to postpone this item to the meeting of October 12.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go back through the queue. I have Ms. Allard next, and Ms. Allard, I don't know if you want to speak to the motion to postpone to October 12.
You're requesting from me, Mr.
Actually, or to Ms. Allard.
Ms. Allard.
She's in the queue.
Chair, I would just like to move to postpone indefinitely.
So we already have two motions on the floor, and we will need to address the motion to postpone to October 12th before another motion can be on the floor.
Okay, can I go ahead? Okay, thank you. If I'd just like to go back in queue then.
Okay,
to
so...
speak to the motion after this motion.
Okay, on the main motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Nobody's yet spoken to why this proposal, and I just want to speak to why and maybe ask Ms. Domboski and the administration to help think through the challenge. I don't know if they have had an opportunity to read through and understand why this was proposed. The proposal is made because in the transition from the two vendors providing mass care shelter, that's the Beans Cafe and 99+1, there was a major kind of data infidelity problem where things needed to be tracked and things needed to be updated and caught up for the HMIS system. The new contractor has some data challenges because they're new. The old contractor has some data challenges because they're done. And we need the data to be accurate. And so in order to get there, the intent of this funding was to do that. And so if there's an alternative means for that, awesome. But if not, let's figure out how to fund it. And the coalition is the likely best entity if it's not us. So, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant. I want to be clear, the administration's not opposed to this. I'm just trying to help you use the appropriate mechanism. So the appropriate mechanism would either be through a grant or a contract. And frankly, I think either would be sufficient, but I just think this particular mechanism is defective. So we'd like to help you get there just in the appropriate way.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Okay, and Ms. Allard, you want to stay until after You don't want to speak now, correct?
I can go ahead and speak now. Vice Chair did, and I don't know if it was in whether to postpone or not. My point is the same as Ms. Domboski's. If we're going to access funds, we need to do it appropriately, and it's either through contract or grant. So I don't have, I mean, I'm fine with this if the party who brought it forward is willing to go back and fix it. So I guess if we postpone and reevaluate and there's a different spot that this individual can get the funds, then I could support that.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue, and right now we have a motion to postpone this item to October 12. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on this motion.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes unanimously. This will be back before us on October 12. We now have before us item 10E7, resolution number 2021-335, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $175,000 from the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000 Anchorage Health Department, Homelessness and Mental Health to the Area-Wide General Fund AFD Emergency Operations for AFD overtime expenses. What is the will of the body?
I'd like to move to...
Madam Chair, it is my intent to let this item die with no motion, please.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. So just to be clear, the sponsor's intent is not to move this item and let it die.
Yes, Madam Chair, there was a replacement item at E9, which has also been pulled.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. So there is no motion on the floor. Seeing and hearing no motion, item 10E7 dies, and we move on to item 10E8, resolution number AR 2021-336, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $98,000 from the Area-Wide General Government Fund balance, unreserved 305070 to the Area-Wide General Fund 101000 elections for the October 2021 special election. And I will go to Ms. Zalatil first before a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare conflict on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. It's my ruling that you do have a conflict, and therefore Ms. Zalatil is excused from voting on this item. Okay. And Ms. Zalatil, if you would go ahead and hang up, and then we'll call you back when we're done with this item.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I wonder if this has the same issue that the previous items did, where it's appropriated by a contribution. Could the city manager speak to that?
This is unbalanced.
I'm trying, Mr. Weddleton, but I'm having computer issues, so I can't see the document.
You want me to hold it up?
I lost my CFO, sorry. Okay, so I just want to point out on this particular one, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. On this particular one, this was not fund certified by the CFO. There's a potential it could be fund certified at post facto. I've never seen a document pushed through without a fund certification and the CFO's name on the bottom. So we will have to have an amendment to actually it says fund certification requested. I've never seen that either. But I guess I'm just putting on the record, it has not been fund certified.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any follow-up?
I mean, we could postpone this till that was done, maybe. I want to check with the clerk then and say, is there an issue with, we have an election going on, do you need the money in your pocket now?
Ms. Jones says no.
So we could postpone this till October 12th then. So I'd move to postpone till October 12th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned on regards to reading what we have in here, and it says on line 14, Elections Fund Center, and then it gives the code number, then it says for expenses related to October 2021 special election. Do we want to say why we don't have a special, or why we're having a special election? I believe it should say 2021 special election, amend to read, recall Meg Zolotel. I think it's appropriate that we at least identify the reason we're having a special election.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Is there any further discussion? I did not. Yep. We have a motion to approve and then a motion to postpone to October 12th. The motion to postpone to October 12th is on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone this item to October 12th.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Shoot.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel is recused. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone this item passes 10-0. This will be back before us on October 12th. We'll go ahead and notify Ms. Zolotel that she can go ahead and call back in.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Zolotel. I am back on.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. We now have before us item 10E9. This was an item that was laid on the table earlier. It's an unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating a contribution in an amount not to exceed $175,000 from the Anchorage Health Department Human Services Division Homelessness to AFD Emergency Operations, all within the area-wide general fund for AFD overtime expenses. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is to take funds from unspent overnight shelter dollars that are in the Anchorage Health Department's operating budget, its regular operating budget, and fill the stated need to stop rolling closures for the Anchorage Fire Department. We've been informed and we've taken action similar to this. I believe it was under the Berkowitz administration, where overtime got to the point where there was the suggestion that we would do periodic closures and staffing changes to AFD. And so this would stop that need. There are funds that are currently not being used or encumbered or slated, in my understanding, for any purpose in the remainder of this year due to the fact that we are currently operating mass care. It seems like a small amount of money to pay in order to keep AFD running full force. We are in COVID. The overtime, while it is a almost annual issue, I think needs a little bit more grace this year due to COVID-19 in particular, and now is not the time to be making any significant alterations to AFD services. As stated in the AM, this is a short-term change, but I, along with the co-sponsors, are committed to working on trying to find a long-term solution to this so that we don't have to do this again, and we can really try to get that sticky issue figured out moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can I please get a opinion on this from the Muni Manager, Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Assemblymember Allard, through the chair. It is the responsibility and, quite frankly, the charter duty to administer government by the executive branch. We are very confident that AFD, the chief is incredibly competent. He can manage his operations and his budgets. We are not closing stations. We are not going through a process where people are going to have limited service. That's not going to happen. Nor are we going to be diminishing our service that the residents, there will be no delays in response time. This is truly an administrative function to manage our budgets that we live within. So that is going to happen, and we are going to continue to manage our budgets. At this point, I think it's probably premature to do this transfer, but it's to the will of the body, but we will execute our job as prescribed by charter.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Allard, did you have anything else? Folks, please hold off on the clapping. I mean, it's slowing down the process, and we want to get through everything. Ms. Allard, we're going to take a 5. We are now going to resume our business. Ms. Allard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski.
If folks in the audience could please quiet down, Ms. Allard has the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. You explained things fine. I was wondering if you can follow up a little bit about the overtime.
Sure, I will. And Chief Struggy's here as well, so if you have a question for him, he's more than willing to, or able, I don't know if he's willing, but he's able to come down and answer questions. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, the reason this is coming up is because Chief Struggy took over as the fire chief of the fire department on July 1st. AFD's overtime operations were significantly exceeding the budgeted allowance for overtime. So he has taken control. Active management is what we call it, active management of his budget and his staffing. And so at this point, we believe we're going to come in very close to budget. That's the reason I said I believe this transfer is probably premature. However, this active management is going to continue regardless of this transfer. But I'll leave it to Chief Struggy if you have additional follow-up questions about how he's doing it. And in fact, I just wanted to clarify, there is no delay in service that's going to be a result of this. This AFD is an impeccable organization that will deliver the same level of service to our residents. They will not have increased response times. So hopefully that answers your question.
Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Demboski. Madam Chair, is it okay if we get Chief Struggy up to?
Sure.
Thank you.
Chief Struggy?
Hi, Chief. Can you go ahead and explain your stand and where this is going to impact or not impact the fire department, the Anchorage Fire Department, please?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity through the chair. So I wouldn't be able to say any better than Municipal Manager Amy Demboski put it to you. This transfer would reduce our overtime spend, but it would not erase it. So even with this transfer, we would continue to actively manage our overtime according to the plan that we put forth. And we expect to be able to use this tool as needed throughout 2022 to continue to actively manage our overtime budget.
Just one quick follow-up to Chief, please.
Go ahead.
Chief, is this in any way going to hinder you from accomplishing the missions that the Anchorage Fire Department needs to do?
I've been pretty clear that this is not a no-risk plan. This is a calculated risk plan. We believe that the decisions and the process that we put forward will manage our overtime responsibly by reducing the number of dollars we're spending on overtime during times when demand for our services is lowest. I think it's a responsible approach. Again, there are many possibilities that could, although they haven't historically, we've looked at our historical records, have not overwhelmed our system. Clearly the possibility exists, but I'm confident that it will not have that effect.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And Chief, we may have some more questions for you. I have Mr. Gates in the queue, and then I'm in the queue with a question, and then Ms. Zalatel. So if you don't mind standing by. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to be in the queue because I noticed this item laid on the table. It lacks a fund certification and from the CFO, and we have our code section. I don't know if this is the right time to speak up about it, if Chief Schragi wasn't finished, but we have our code section 63050 that requires certification of funds before an appropriation is passed by the Assembly from the CFO. And I can't speak for the CFO, but I understand that this hasn't been certified yet. And so the motion to approve this item without fund certification is inconsistent with this code section. And I guess I would recommend either postponing it or amending this with some language that says this is subject to a fund certification, appropriation subject to fund certification, which is not a usual route to go, but I wanted to mention this before the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Mr. France, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Schragi, for being here. So I've received some concern. I know you and I exchanged some emails. Thank you for the responses. But some concerns have been expressed by South Anchorage constituents who are worried that this will result in rolling closures with certain apparatuses being offline, which will delay responses, especially in District 6 and along Turnagain Arm. And would you just please reassure people that if that's the case, there will be no rolling closures and no impact to service? I think that they would feel much more comfortable hearing that from you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to explain that. Let me be clear, there are no rolling closures. These are, I've said before that rolling closures are tantamount to rolling the dice. It's a plan that basically exposes all parts of town to a random amount of risk due to a station being closed. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we're going to leave every station staffed at all times with a complement of personnel on a piece of equipment that will be able to respond to every emergency immediately. We may close one unit in a station that has 2 or 3 or more units in it in order to mitigate our overtime. Not continuously, but only during periods when demand for services is typically quite low. So I'm confident that we'll be able to continue to provide immediate emergency response to all areas of town. I would like to also add, for those that don't know, that we don't intend to close any units in the Eagle River Station simply because of the geographic isolation, because of the distance to the next closest station precludes us from being able to rely on the next closest units.
Thank you, Chief Schragi. So I have a couple folks on the phone in the queue, and I'm not sure if their questions are for you or for the administration. I'll just go through the queue. I've got Ms. Zalatel, and then Mr. Rivera, and then a couple people in person. So Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are not for Chief Schragi. In particular, I wanted to address the fund certification issue. my understanding was the other item that was not moved had gone for fund certification, and an issue came up. So this one was laid on the table to remedy that issue. I have to say, though, there were a few items that moved forward tonight without fund certifications, and they were not all laid on the table. So I think we need to figure out if there are any particular issues around that process in this moment, so that we can ensure quick fund certification, because sometimes there will be appropriation items that are laid on the table. In addition, I want to address the issue that, I think we get some conflation of the idea of who's doing what, and it is the legislative branch's responsibility to appropriate and fund government, and then it is the executives to carry out and execute the budget as approved by the legislative branch. What I've heard tonight is that this is not without risk, and in my initial comments, to me, this is not a time to take a risk, even a calculated risk, and it would be very unfortunate if we were able to pass this item pending fund certification that we didn't negate the risk. And one of the reasons I am reluctant to postpone it is that it's my understanding that this active management strategy, where there will be some changes to service, starts on October 1st. So I think the best course forward at this point is to amend the item pending fund certification, and hopefully that if it passes tonight, that fund certification will come very expeditiously, and we can avoid any changes to AFD service in this moment, so that we can provide adequate service, especially during this time of increased strain on our healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And just to be clear, was that a motion to amend?
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to hear from other member that was in the queue, and then when there's nobody else, make the motion.
Got it. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. We'll go to Mr. Rivera, then Ms. Allard, then Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment and a question. Either for the question will either be for the fire chief or for the municipal manager. So the comment is, I guess, just backing up a little bit on what Ms. Zalatel stated regarding, the legislative powers of the assembly branch. We have those powers to appropriate and to reappropriate to meet certain policy objectives. And I think the policy objective here is quite plain and simple, and within the scope of this body, which is to achieve public safety, and it's to ensure as minimal risk as possible and no change to service at the fire department. I am supportive of that policy objective. I guess a question to, I guess it'll go to the fire chief because he's the one that stated it.
Mr. Rivera, if I could just pause you for a moment, please. There's someone with a sign in the back. Again, signs need to be 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please take down the sign. Okay. Please take down the sign. I will have security escort you out. Okay. We're going to move on. Okay, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so getting to the question, this question, I'm going to go ahead and direct it to the fire chief since he's the one that stated this. So it sounded like it is the intent of the fire department through their active management to continue this policy through 2022, because we know on this body that overtime is an issue that is in every budget, every year kind of issue. So one of the goals as stated in this resolution is a hopeful collaboration between the administration, the fire department, and the firefighters union to come up with a long-term solution. So is that something that's in lieu of the policy continuing into 2022? Is that something that the fire department would be willing to explore?
Through the chair, yes, of course, we would be willing to explore that. I think it's already been acknowledged that we have overspent our overtime budget for in recent years. And the reason that this tool, this ability to manage our overtime starting in January, will prevent us from having to take more drastic measures such as we are now later in the year. If we can be able to surgically reduce our overtime starting early in the year, it will reduce multiple company closures later on. So again, the appropriation that's being considered will certainly reduce the amount of our overspend, but it won't erase it this year. Our budget overall for the year for overtime is $3,370,000, and our projection is that our overtime by the end of this year, absent any active management measures, will be north of $5 million, about 1.7 over. We will make up a good part of that difference in other areas in the fire department budget through vacancies that we've carried and other austerity measures. We'll be able to reduce that number to close to being on budget. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Chief Shragi.
Thank you, Chief. I guess just a quick follow-up comment. I'm glad to hear that you're willing to work with all of the various parties. So hopefully when we approve the budget in November for 2022, we no longer have to rely on the policy that you are considering using for the remainder of the year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Chief Shragi. I just want to address process one more time. The folks who have the oversized signs, you need to take those down now or you will be escorted out. This is your final warning. Okay, security, please escort out the folks with the oversized signs. Madam Clerk. Okay, members of the public, please. We're going to move on. Please, everybody, let's quiet down so we can move through this business. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I have two questions, one for the administration and one for Chief Shragi. If Chief Shragi could come back up, in the meantime, I can go ahead and ask one to Ms. Demboski, if that's all right, Madam Chair. Thank you. Ms. Demboski, can you please explain to us why we do not already have a fund cert on this AR? Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, it's quite simple. The documents were submitted past the deadline to submit to the clerk's office. They didn't come in till afternoon. My deadline every Friday is 12 o'clock to get things to the clerk's office to make the agenda. The first version of this particular document was the one that was postponed indefinitely earlier, or it just wasn't moved forward, but it was using an illegal mechanism. It was trying to use alcohol tax money to fund this, which is not legal. And this one was just submitted late by the maker.
Madam Chair, may I go ahead with Chief? Chief Shragi, sorry, my thing keeps going off. This is a big deal that's sitting in front of us, and I just want to know, I know that you're going to be protecting Eagle River, and this isn't going to affect us out there because I spoke to the administration. My question is, did anybody bring up to you what we were planning to do with this AR? Personally, but did sponsors discuss anything with you, and did you say, yes, go ahead and bring this forward, or can you explain?
Through the chair. First, I want to stop short of saying that Eagle River won't be affected. We won't be closing any companies or reducing any staffing at Eagle River. It is conceivable that there would be some delays in secondary units traveling from Muldoon, for example, or downtown to Eagle River. So the possibility for a slight delay does exist. And to the second question, I learned about this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
May I do a quick follow-up?
Very quick, Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
We need to move on.
This is pretty important. So nobody talked to you about this, so we didn't get your perspective or your opinion on this at all until this evening?
That is correct. I was not consulted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Chief Shiragi. Actually, I had Mr. Constant was in the queue next and dropped out, so we'll go to Mr. Constant and then Mr. Gates.
Thanks, not for Chief Schrage. Ms. Domboski, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I feel like I'm to the good old days, and my friend from downtown encouraged me to make a disclosure. My husband is an Anchorage firefighter. He's a captain at Station 11. Just for the public's confidence and confirmation, Chief Shoggy and I have discussed at great length any potential conflicts, and we have walled it off, so I have zero to do with my husband or his employment. Chief Shoggy has all those decisions, and if my husband misbehaves, Chief Shoggy talks to the mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Was there anything else, Mr. Constant? Okay. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to speak because I heard Ms. Domboski say that this was an illegal use of funds of alcohol tax revenue money. Did I misunderstand that? Okay. So the laid on the table resolution is not intended to be that. Okay, thank you. Just for clarification there. That's not what it was intended to be at all. Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. So I don't see any other members in the queue.
Madam Chair, I would move my motion to amend at this time if it would be appropriate.
Go ahead, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I move to amend that on line 20 on section 2 that it will read after assembly and upon fund certification, period.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Did you want to speak any further to this, Ms. Zalatel?
I believe I've mostly spoken to it, but we do need to figure out a way moving forward that if there are laid on the table items for appropriation to figure out how to get a fund certification. It is a rare instance, but sometimes it will occur, so I hope we can figure that out moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I am going to support this item. I understand what I've heard the administration say is we have a duty to fidelity and to the charter and to the costs and all of these things. The chief has said we're going to manage the risk as best as we can. And I'm just going to say we as the assembly, in my opinion, ought to provide the resources necessary to keep open and fully functioning our fire apparatus across this municipality. So if something does go wrong, that if there is a risk that wasn't calculated well enough, at least this assembly has said, we have your back.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, just reminding folks we haven't completed the consent agenda yet, and it is almost 9, so I'm hoping we can move through this amendment and motion here. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to add upon fund certification.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. We now have the main item before us. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on unnumbered AR, item 10E9. as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
This item passes 8-3. We now have the final item from the consent agenda before us. This is an item for introduction. It is 10G2, which I will read into the record, then I'll turn to Ms. Kennedy, who pulled this. Ordinance number AO 2021-94, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by competitive bid of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 1-097, legally described as Lot 5, Block 2, Chugach Park Estates, Plat 72.188, PID 051-47109. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Move to introduce.
Is there a second and a third?
Second.
Third.
Moved by Ms. Kennedy, second by Mr. Weddleton, and then third by Mr. Peterson. And can we go ahead and speak to the reason for pulling this, even though we, Madam Clerk?
Well, there could be no debate on the item.
Okay.
Okay, including a question on when public hearing is scheduled?
Well, public hearing is scheduled. It's, you can change the public hearing.
Okay, that's what I want to do.
So,
So public hearing is scheduled for October 12, and Ms. Kennedy, you would like to change that?
Well, I had a question about whether or not we should change that, or could, if it would be any kind of a hardship or any reason not to, that the administration doesn't want to see happen. But this is a community issue that I know there are concerns about, so I want to make sure that there's time to actually talk about this before we have it open for public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Would someone from the administration, Ms. Demboski, would you like to weigh in as to whether or not it would be detrimental to change the public hearing from October 12, 2021 to a meeting of a later date?
I don't believe we have anybody from real estate on the line tonight. I couldn't specifically answer that. I'm not aware of any detrimental issues with this particular parcel. I hate to tell you, I can get back to you, but I don't have anybody on the line to answer that question.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Kennedy?
Well, then can I just modify my motion to move to introduce with public hearing set for October 26th? Is that a proper motion?
I think it's the 20.
And
Is it the 27th?
And actually,
the 11th.
Ms. Kennedy,
You're correct.
you don't need to change your motion.
Okay.
We can just direct the clerk to set a different date for the public hearing. So what was the date once again?
It's the 27th because we altered that date for that particular meeting. Thank you.
So the public hearing for AO 2021-94 will be set for October 27, 2021.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we roll back up to item 10E6?
We are done with item 10G2, so yes, we can go back to the item that we left, which wasn't that a 10D10?
I believe it was 10E6. I don't know which number. What number was it, Mr. Lusky, do you know?
10D10 was the item I'm waiting on the learn about the fund certification.
10E10, okay. Maybe it was 10E9.
10 Delta 10.
Oh, that's right, 10D10. Thank
So
you, Ms.
10
Salvatore.
Delta 10, And is the administration ready with additional information for that item? Great.
Travis Frisk, CFO, through the chair. The differential between the two funding line items is the 124317 moniker on 10 Delta 13, and all that is identifying cost center of the municipal manager. That's the only difference. These two roll to the same account. So that's the difference in them. It's just one has one additional small piece of information in it that you can or can't, you don't necessarily have to put it in every time, but that's why there's a difference. Otherwise, they're the exact same account.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Ms. Zelatel, did you have any further questions?
I did have one follow-up. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Frisk, for that clarification. So they would both be COVID-19 response disaster recovery funds and subject to FEMA reimbursement. Is that correct?
That is correct, through the chair.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AM 621-2021 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
This item passes 11-0. That concludes our consent agenda. That brings us to unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 572-2021, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointment, Travis C. Frisk. This item was postponed from the meeting of September 14, 2021 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AM 572-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11A passes unanimously 11-0. We now have before us item 11B, motion to reconsider resolution number AR 2021-302 as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Olympic gold medal swimmer Lydia Jacoby. Thank you. This item was amended and approved at the meeting of September 14, 2021. A motion to reconsider was given by Ms. Allard, seconded by Ms. Kennedy on September 15, 2021. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So when we honored Ms. Jacoby in regards to her Olympic accomplishments, I was kind of doing it on the fly, and I forgot when Mr. Dunbar brought the AR forward that it wasn't for mixed medley. She actually received a 5th place in that, which is outstanding. But she received the silver medal in the women's 4x100 medley. So I'm just changing from women's to mixed.
And the motion on the floor is to bring this item back before the body. And so we'll go ahead and vote to reconsider. A yes vote If it prevails, we'll bring it back before the body, and then we can take up the item, I believe. Can we do that tonight? Okay. And then following a vote of reconsideration, if it prevails, then we will need...
Can I make a comment? Madam Chair, can I please make a comment? I understand when somebody says something that my two side assembly members want to nod, it's a waste of time, but the bottom line is facts are facts, and when somebody receives a silver medal in the women's 4x100 meter relay, it's very important that we honor that and that it's not mixed medley. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellard. Okay, folks, members of the public, please. We need to conduct this business, and it's very difficult when folks are speaking out of turn. Okay, we're going to have to take, if this doesn't stop, we're going to need to take another break, and it's going to slow things down. So please, help us out here. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and get started again here, folks. If people would please quiet down, we're going to go ahead and resume the agenda. Okay, we have Ms. Allard's motion to reconsider on the floor. And members may proceed to vote on reconsidering resolution number AR 2021-302 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to reconsider passes 11-0. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve, please.
Is there a second? The resolution is, there's a motion to approve by Ms. Allard. I didn't catch if it was seconded.
Weddleton.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Then I'd like to go ahead and amend, I'll just make it quick, the word women's 4x100 medley versus mixed, and strike the word mixed.
So there's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to amend resolution number AR 2021-302.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion to approve Resolution AR 2021-302 as amended before us. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to assure my colleagues that we will get an amended version to Ms. Jacoby. And indeed, we actually caught this error with the clerk's office right after we passed it and considered a scrivener's error. So we were going to send this version to her before the motion to reconsider. So I guess I urge my colleagues to use the scrivener's error procedure in the future to avoid us having to go through this process. But at any rate, I'm glad that it's solved and we can get it passed.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. The microphone, I think, needs to be changed out. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AR 2021-302 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
11B passes unanimously, 11-0. We now have before us continued public hearings. Nope. 11s. We are now on continued public hearings. We have before us item 13A, resolution number AR 2021-248, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 4919 for Alaska Liquor Inc., DBA Northern Lights Liquor, in the B3 General Business District located at 343 West Benson Boulevard within Arthur H. Ide Senior Subdivision, Lot 5A, Plat 8550, generally...
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was reopened on this item and is continued today from the meeting of September 14, 2021. A couple reminders on public participation. For testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. Please give your name at the start of your testimony. You will have 3 minutes to testify. Your comments must remain on the topic of the matter before us, and personal attacks are not appropriate. I interrupt you if you do not follow these rules for testimony. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during public testimony. Last, questions and comments may not be responded to by assembly members in your public testimony. We do that because it's only a small amount of time for the public and we don't want to take up all the time. The only time the assembly has to answer your questions or comments is in debate and discussion or at the end of the meeting during assembly comments. You may hear a response. You may want to send an email or ask a question on a break if you need an answer.
Madam Chair, Mr. Gates.
Go ahead.
The question is this a quasi-judicial item?
Yes, it is. If you wanted a little elaboration, it's a special land use permit, so it's an individual's right to a particular use and property provided by code, Title 21 entitlement. It's quite a judicial administrative process.
Okay. The process to review these items as it's quasi-judicial is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative, again, or quasi-judicial hearings, and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. Public hearing on this item has been reopened. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this particular item? Please come forward. It's just this item that's on the screen, 13A, Resolution AR 2021-248. Welcome. Could you make sure the microphone is on?
Oh, okay. Hi, good afternoon, members of the Assembly, and good evening. My name is Al Timani, Vice President of the Midtown Council. And I'd like to kind of clarify a couple of points in our submittal that we had the resolution, which we still support, but we also signed a memorandum of understanding. The reason we done that, if you turn the license down, then there is no need for the memorandum of understanding. If you pass and approve the license, then the memorandum of understanding is already signed and approved. I think that'll clarify quite a few questions that may have developed. I think during our process is that we took a pretty deep look at the whole situation encompassing surrounding businesses and also the businesses that are located within that building. I personally went over and talked to probably the majority of those people, and they are real fine tenants. They're all from what we call a minority group, but they are hardworking. They keep neat, clean operations inside, and they were concerned about the approval of a license for that location, how it would affect their business. And I think that's the main concern. We also talked to the school district, or not the school district, but the charter school, and there's people here tonight to testify to that, what their position is. And talking to the tenants, they said that one of their biggest problems is people scattering stuff, stealing stuff, and the problems they have with the clients at the Aquila House. There were some problems with that. And so I think that we have to base our opinion based on what's going to affect those businesses also. So I think that there's going to be some other testimony, but in reviewing the application and some of the stuff initially submitted by the appellant, that you will find that they have made some modifications and corrections on the application, which they submitted, and also some total redesign of the interior. So I think that's had a positive point. We still oppose the location because of the concentration in that area of liquor stores. If they want to locate maybe someplace else, I think that'd be okay. But I think in this location there's a saturation point. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rivera has a question. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Al, for your testimony and for the work that the Midtown Community Council has done on this. I guess just a comment and a question. I appreciate you raising the issues with the surrounding businesses. I know that they are all hardworking business owners, no ifs, ands, or buts. A question for you, though. So, as I understand it, the Community Council's position is that the Memorandum of Understanding has a variety of different stipulations in it, and that you want these to be placed on the license, and that you want these to go to the ABC board for them to be placed on the license. Are those two questions and assumptions correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I don't see any other members in the queue. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance, this is Austin. May I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Actually,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
would you come back up?
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to thank you for your testimony, but also draw attention to something you said, which is that these are all minority folks, but they are really hardworking. I take great offense at the use of but, and I think that was inappropriate, and I hope you won't use that sort of language in the future, because the implication is that it's not what's expected. Thank you.
If folks in the audience, please. We can't hear when you're talking. Please settle down, please. Ms. Quinn Davidson, were you able to ask or make your comment, ask your question?
I was, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening.
Okay, again, this is not an open forum. Members who represent community councils get 5 minutes. Other citizens get 3. Please, no more outbursts, no more disruptions. Okay. Okay. Order, please. Welcome, sir. Are you representing a community council tonight?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that kind of sets a different tone. My name is Kenneth Peterson. I'm a member of Midtown Community Council, last name Petersen. About 15 years ago, I knocked over some signs when they were doing Carlick Manor downtown, and I silenced someone else's voice. I shouldn't have done that. And I'm mindful of the homeless situation. I'm mindful of the care, but I'm also mindful that I was about to speak and others were shutting down my voice just now. And now I know what it feels like I did 15 years ago. It didn't feel good. So I'm sorry for that. As a member of the Midtown Community Council, I'm a business owner. Have been there for 30 years. Our business has been there for 50 years in Midtown. I currently live in Midtown. I went to Midtown Community Council last week. I heard the proposal for this package store. In its current form as a package store, I recommend that you don't approve it. However, the owner of Northern Lights Liquor has hired a COO who came to the meeting and promised that it wouldn't be the same kind of store that would be a package store, that it would be a high-end store. And in that format, I believe that it could be approved, that they wouldn't sell low-end liquor. And so I don't know if that's in the memorandum of understanding that could then be tied to the license, but I did ask that if they were going to do it in that format as a high-end store, I don't think it would have the same impact on those that we're trying to help in the Midtown Walmart area, the AC Street corridor, the Benson Northern Lights area. I think that it would be approved if he held to his word that it will be a high-end store. So I recommend, without that being in the memorandum of understanding that would then be tied to the license, not to approve it, but if that they could include that as long as they don't go to low-end, and that be accessible and desirable from those who live on the streets, that it'd be okay. So I recommend approving it with that in the memorandum of understanding. I spend a lot of time on the streets trying to help those in the area, and this would negatively affect if it got packaged as a lower-end store. Very similar to an effort that was done to shut down a similar store up in Fairview 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So we'd like that not to be here. So if it's in the memorandum of understanding and it's tied to the license as a high-end store, otherwise they would shut down, and that they would agree to it, I think it's okay. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I am Jean Brooking, and I came here for a totally different reason. However, I was involved in the mid-'80s with the Tesoro on A Street and Northern Lights trying to get their liquor license, they did not get it. I live in that area. We have ongoing problems, and the decisions through the North Star Community Council is that we have a big problem with alcohol in my area. We don't want any more liquor stores, and I'm kind of really surprised about this. It's not that far. We had Brown Jug next to North Star Elementary. Here's to So has again tried in the past, but Dan Coffey, the second time, said, well, we're done, because he knew we were going to just rile up again. So I would discourage it. I'm not convinced they're going to only give you the higher end alcohol. I'm really not. I went out and we went door to door and we were cleaning up those places. We were cleaning up the brown jugs and things, and they would get rid of it, but we didn't get rid of our alcohol issue. And we have lots of alcohol places in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Chris Stoner, and I'm on the Midtown Community Council. I'm also a business owner in Midtown. We are suffering from public inebriation and crime in Midtown. Individuals are panhandling on major street corners, and they cause significant landscaping, building, sanitation, and security problems to local businesses and homeowners. This is especially true in the core of Midtown, from Minnesota to the Seward Highway and Northern Lights to 36. This proposed location is right in the middle of the area. Problems are expected to increase as more and more homeless are moved into Midtown based on the B3 property ordinance. There's a grade school that I hope is here. They testified at our meeting that they don't want this liquor store so close to their building. They have children and parents in and out of the building. Another issue is parking. On their application, page 7 of 8, they state that they need 2.5 spaces. If they have more than one person working at a time, there will be no parking for their customers. Traffic is a huge issue for this strip mall. The parking lot is narrow with angled parking. People are forced to go back and forth in order to get into angled parking spaces, meaning they go forward, backwards. Please see the drawing on page 23 of 49 and the air photo of page 9 and 9 on the application. The applicant submitted a proposed floor plan that showed a door facing Benson. This makes no sense. Al talked about it a little bit, as there is no parking on that side of the building, nor are there any doors. This drawing shows a lack of planning on the part of the applicant and shows that they were not paying attention to the proposed use of the building. Please see page 36 of 49. The applicant has stated that the MTCC doesn't want liquor stores in our area. That's not true. We have developed good relationships with existing ones in our area, so they provide product to customers while operating as a good neighbor. The applicant also inferred that we were not working with them in good faith. Again, that is not true. During the time they first approached us, our council had a sudden change in leadership, and that caused some confusion for us. But the council recovered and had several board meetings to discuss this application. One of the most serious findings was this applicant had been paying rent for this location for several years. Why didn't they approach us when they first found the location rather than waiting for an emergency situation to develop? Another comment, this group supplied 2 documents to the municipal safety meeting without showing or discussing them to the Midtown Community Council. I personally found this disturbing. A few weeks ago, this group changed their business plan to now state that they will be an elite higher-end package store and not cater to inebriants. I guess my time is up, and I'm hearing deficit, as some of you know. If you have any questions, and I hope you do, I'd like Tim Potter, who is here, to answer them.
We do have a couple members in the queue. First, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chris. I know she's hard of hearing. Is it possible I can get her representative up to ask him? Or do you want me to ask you, Chris?
I'd ask him to come answer any questions that you have for me.
Okay, can he come up?
Because I really have a difficult time hearing.
That's fine, sure.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Potter. Can I get some clarification what it means? I'm not trying to be funny here, but are we talking Coors beer versus German beer? Like, what are they talking about by higher end alcohol that it would make a difference if someone...
What was represented to us, Ms. Allard, at our meeting with the applicant and their new COO that will become a financial partner if this license is approved, is that there would be no shooters, there would be no single fortified beers, and those have been very problematic in the area, and they would not be selling the cheaper end liquor like Monarch vodka and that. So if you look at the pricing breakdown that they gave in their presentation and application, almost everything above 2.5%, so 97.5% of the alcohol products that they sell will be over $5, and a majority of the sale items are much more expensive. So you're looking at collector type beers that are fairly high end, wine and hard liquor, but they have indicated that every liquor bottle that goes out of the store will be tagged with a identification tag so that people can identify if it came from their store or from somewhere else.
Madam Chair, can I just do a quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you, well, they just said this to you, so is there anything in writing? Because we know, if it's not in writing, then it's probably not going to happen.
Because of some of the noise back here, I couldn't hear.
Okay, if everybody could be quiet. If it's not in writing, we know that's not going to happen. Do you have something where it's in writing?
I believe that it is effectively covered in the memorandum of understanding. I don't think it is specifically this amount of product. There will be nothing less than $17.50, but I believe that they've put enough on the record with us, and kind of the explanation documentation that they had explaining their program and their business process and how they were going to implement it is something that they can be held accountable to.
Okay, Madam Chair, just really super fast. So if you believe that you trust them to do that, then you're okay with us supporting this?
I trust them to do that. They've given their word. They've signed their name. I know it didn't happen with another liquor store that caused problems in Midtown. That took us 3.5 years to get the license yanked. I don't want to personally go through that again, but the parties involved at this time, if the memorandum of understanding, which we've signed and they signed, if this license is to go forward and be approved, if those could be tagged to the special land use permit with the recommendation that they be incorporated into the AMCO liquor license, then I think between the community council, the city, and AMCO, that there'll be perfect oversight as far as being able to enforce.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Stoner. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. Mr. Potter, I have some questions too. I think you'll probably be the one to have to answer them. Following kind of along the line of this idea of a high-end versus a low-end store, typically does a low-end store not sell high-end liquor at all? I mean, is there that much of a difference or a distinction?
You can spend a lot of money in what I would call a low-end liquor store with some products. However, it's the kind of majority focus of what they sell. And not to speak to parity, but you know what store I'm talking about on 36th Avenue by Arctic that we fought for so long. That is what I would call a low-end business plan. They were willing to sell anything at almost any price to make money of some kind. And that does not appear to be the business plan for this operation. Now, whether the community council, which we did state, we didn't think it was a viable plan for that location and that site and the condition of the mall. But those aren't necessarily the reasons to turn down a liquor license. So if they fail, it's on them. But I would say La Bodega is an example of a higher end store, both in customer service, what they sell, how they control and implement their programs, and what problems they've been in our area, which is none, compared with some of the other shops, which included initially Brown Jug at the warehouse location on Old Seward Highway. They did intervene and they changed their implementation and operation plan, and it's been night and day. So it can be done. It really means how much they want to do it. But in the interim, the manager that they had indicated was the applicant's representative. Even after I stayed here till midnight one night to find out who the applicant may be, and talking to him in the parking lot, reached out and invited him to please come to the community council, call us back. We need to talk because there's issues here. And we never received a call or contact. The current applicant moved beyond that party, who's no longer involved, and stepped up both the people involved and how I believe they'll operate. Now that doesn't mean that the community council still believes it's a poor location and is going to be tough to implement.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Did that answer your question, Ms. Kennedy?
It does, but I do have one other, if I can, so thank you.
Go ahead.
In terms of monitoring all of this, doesn't that fall really on the shoulders of the community council, the residents in the area? Who do you see really monitoring this?
Based on experience, yes. Both in Fairview on a liquor license that Mr. Constant and I worked to fight on, and Mom and Pops is the same thing. It needs to be complaint driven. Those two were pretty obvious, and we did put together a good case and a program. I don't want to spend that much time fighting a new one. So if it's going to go forward, I think that we're fairly well protected with the MOU as currently written, but the community council's vote was still not to support the location.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Welcome.
Hello, yes. My name is Kirk Haston. I am a board member of Midtown Community Council, but I'm here to, if I may, read. There was another council member that wanted to be here tonight, but I think his daughter was having a baby, so he didn't make it. So if it's okay, I'd like to read his statement. This was from, and then I may add some of mine as well. This is from Austin McCullough, who is the manager, office manager for Liberty Tax Service here in Midtown. And quote, this is his statement. Midtown can't afford to have any more issues that we already do have. Unfortunately, alcoholism affects not only the addict, but the addict's family and the community. In Midtown, we already have a severe issue with inebriants on most street corners, panhandling, and staggering into traffic while being severely intoxicated. Case in point, in our district alone, we have had a few pedestrians versus automobile accidents in the past few months. My understanding is at least 2 of those were unfortunately intoxicated individuals not paying attention. As a general manager for a locally owned company, I have issues here at our Midtown location that our other two locations located in Diamond and Muldoon never have. I have to clean up after the inebriants on a daily basis. I spend anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes cleaning up liquor bottles ranging from half-gallon bottles, fifths to pints, and half pints and shooters. Not to mention the high alcohol content, 12-ounce, 16-ounce, 20-ounce, and 40-ounce beer bottles and cans. The worst part is having to clean up puke, urine, feces, clothes, or anything that can be used as toilet paper, and all the garbage that goes along with inebriated groups of people camping out in front of our businesses and other businesses all over Midtown. Most of the empty liquor containers I see are items that cost $10 or under, which is a price point that a large amount of what the proposed liquor store will be selling. For all the reasons listed above and others not listed, I believe you will be doing the Midtown community a great disservice if you allow this liquor store to open. Needless to say, I am against the proposed liquor store to being opened in Midtown. And I'll add to that, on page 4 of 49 of their application, package stores, they list that 2.5% of their product, 2.5% of their product inventory in the store will be sold for less than $5. 20% will be sold less than $10. Okay.
And sir, if you could just, oh, okay. I was going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Mr. Kendall?
Just real quickly, if I might, it'd be nice to see a little map up there, you know, where it's at. Two things, just a social comment. I used to smoke 2 packs of Marlboro Reds a day.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure, all the format. I'm going to bring a lawyer sometime. Paul D. Kendall. Just a social comment. I used to smoke 2 packs of Marlboro Reds a day, and I managed to quit, and I swore I'd always give testimony on that I consider it to be the deadliest chemical known to mankind. And I also used to hang with some pretty wild crowds who were heavily addicted to alcohol. And alcohol has such a horrendous impact. It's so systemically engaged that I hope you'll try to find true and actual impact cost accounting. And I want to repeat that word, and I'm done. True and actual impact cost accounting. We're going to have to evolve our society, and we're going to have to move that way as quickly as we can. And I know alcohol is a difficult one to wrestle with, but just for what it's worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. Oh, somebody left this really pretty pen here that they probably don't want to leave. Nope. Okay, we'll leave it up there.
Welcome.
Oh, okay. If I might, Madam Chair, just a point of order. So the petitioner and counsel spoke in the public hearing before, and so the thing that I think would be better to do is let's close the public hearing, and then we'll call you back up to testify or to give us any input you want before we make a decision.
Okay. That sounds fine.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Please come forward and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. And please turn on the microphone.
I think it's a yellow button. Nope.
Electronics. My name's Angela Butcher. Man, I'm listening to these people's testimonies. I'm going to tell you I was alcoholic for a long time. I drank like a fifth a day. I annihilated my family, actually, my children. I have one daughter that just divorced me, which means that we're no longer still connected through God, but not legally anymore. My oldest son, last year, he overdosed. He had a lot of things on him. Alcohol's one of the things that he struggled with, amongst many other things. He had a stroke in his C3, which is like an infarction, and essentially the way he was there for hours, I don't know, I found him. The blood flow to his spine was cut off, so it rendered him a full quadriplegic. He couldn't breathe for a week on his own. Actually, the ladies at the Providence, where I know they aren't having problems, and I know that they are actually, anyways, my point being, that's it for another day, is I can tell you the impacts of this is severe. Like if they're telling you, I drive around Midtown and I know every single person here has, and it is hideous, and it's scary. Me trying to walk down the road, I'm parking anywhere to go to shop, even just to make a key over at the key place Midtown. It's, dude, they're not wrong, that they're way too much. So, I think like this would, there is no way that anybody could even possibly think that it's a good thing. I don't know where that man came up here that was a lobbyist. He was not. No, that was horrible what he said. There is no way, like if you do this, that is just cruel. Like you are condemning kids to having parents come home and beat them or husbands and wives cheating on each other. Like when you are going to intoxicate them like this, what are you really doing to the community? Anyways, that's all I have to say. Just really think about that. Like the man who's lobbying us against it, you should pray and consider what you're saying, because that is just evil type of thing. Like, and these people are lying. There is no way that they can control it. What are we going to expect the fire department
Ma'am,
or the
please
police?
direct your comments to us.
Sorry, the fire department or the police department to enforce this? Who enforces it when they lie? Like those people that are selling them this idea of a high-end, I live on South Side. We have liquor there too, We have the same problem sometimes with bums coming through, the same thing. They can't stop that, and it's a lie to even say that they're going to. And anyways,
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the petitioner.
Good evening, Jana Waltzine, attorney for the petitioner, and I have Jeffrey Knopf next to me, COO of this potential establishment. I really would like to thank the Midtown Community Council for spending about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit longer with us week and a half ago or so. We went ahead and tried to be as restrictive as possible in the MOU, as you'll see in your packet. We added everything that was asked, everything that was suggested, and we addressed the high alcohol content of beers. So over 8.5%, I believe it is, in the number will not be sold as a beer at this establishment. I also want to point your attention to something that the clerk is handing out for me. One document is an AB 14. Jeff worked on this and addressed that back door that was facing Benson, because that's a zero lot line, goes right up into Salvation Army's property. So we removed that and addressed some of the other concerns raised by the Midtown Community Council. If this license gets approved tonight, I'll be able to file that with AMCO to change the license premises. I'll have to have the city's clerk, or not the city clerk, the city planning also sign off on it. So that's what we'll be doing if this moves forward. Also, what you just received is AB 13. If you'll notice in the MOU, we noted a name change because Aquila House raised some concerns about the name and asked if we can consider changing the name to something that didn't have liquor. So that's what we did. And so that AB 13 name change will be filed if this application is approved. I also wanted to bring to your attention the ability to attach the conditions that are in the MOU to the liquor license itself. So every liquor license can have special conditions on the back side of it, and so that's what we would request the ABC board do, and be able to detail that out for the ABC board as it's already set forth in there. So if the applicant doesn't meet the conditions that are in the MOU, then that is a reason to revoke the license. It should be, I mean, if this applicant is as bad and worried, you know, as some of these people are worried about, then this will not be a 3-year process to get rid of the license. It's a condition. If they violate the condition, action will be taken. And we talked about, or somebody earlier talked about who's going to enforce this. AMCO enforcement team is fully staffed. In fact, they just moved one of their enforcement officers from Fairbanks to the Mat-Su Valley, and that just beefs up the enforcement presence in the Anchorage area and in the Mat-Su area. Also, code enforcement, I mean, as you might know, I represent a lot of the marijuana industry, and I hear from code enforcement all the time, hey Jana, we got a smell complaint. Can you have your client check their filters? On it, we're on it. I mean, it's constant. They're really on it. So I guess I don't see that with marijuana, and I don't understand why alcohol would be treated differently. Again, this is not the same operation as the store that you shut down, but you're never going to know that unless you give them a chance. And they're agreeing to every single restrictive covenant that you can imagine to mitigate liquor nuisances. And so you got to give them a chance. I mean, we've hit all the T's, crossed all the I's, and you know, this Midtown Community Council really held our feet to the fire, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that because I'm a Midtown Community Council, you know, building owner in the area as well, and I want to see this area get better. So with that, I just want to, you know, reiterate, this applicant was very responsive to hearing the community's concerns, and I do hope that you give them a chance. And if it doesn't work out, just like Tim Potter said, that's on them. You know, if they don't follow through with the conditions, the license can get revoked. If they don't make it successful, then they'll go out of business. And Jeffrey, did you want to add anything?
Absolutely. Madam Chair and Assembly, we were really happy about running
Sorry about that. Please continue.
It's all right. We have looked forward to running this business model. The Midtown Community Council raises serious and ongoing problems, most of which are generated by products sold that are under $10. Additionally, you don't have to go far in town or into many of the liquor stores to see the constant abuse of alcohol, the freedom by which it is sold, and generally in small packaging. We, from the very beginning, made sure we were going to condition ourselves not to sell those products. Al was very kind to give me a map early on, and he wanted to ensure that I fully understood what we were getting into. The model we're actually looking at is almost 30 years old. It accommodates a different audience. It refuses to sell products which we find littering our streets. The most important part about that is we have many members of the community who use alcohol responsibly. Where do they shop? Where also do we find responsible business owners who have consciously made those decisions with their own risk capital? That's us. Our job is to do this well from the beginning, to do this differently than anybody's ever done it, and if it doesn't work, that's my risk capital and we'll shut it down. There were members of both the community and the Midtown Community Council that had asked me personally and specifically to make sure that I underwrote that effort at the meeting. More importantly, they want me to stay on in perpetuity with these conditions added to the license, which is something we researched, really wanted, but I'm also making my personal commitment to the entire community and Assembly, Midtown Community Council. If we find that this doesn't work, we shut it down ourselves. and that's my risk capital. But at some point, regarding the sales of alcohol, someone has to prove they have a viable, different model that does not contribute to selling products to abusers of alcohol. On that note, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant, did you have any specific questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that they had been heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a comment in response to something that Ms. Wiltine said, and then a question or two for the operator. First on my comment, I appreciate that Ms. Wilson believes that it doesn't take 3 or 3.5 years for a bad operator to be shut down. But I think the Midtown Community Council members in the audience probably were breathing a little bit of a heavy sigh when you stated that, because they just went through that experience with mom and pops, and so you're probably gonna you've heard that already several times, that negative experience. It's what's on top of mind right now for Midtown. Question for the operator. So tell me a little bit about your history running these types of stores, and specifically if you could speak to your history running high-end stores. And there's been some questions folks have asked about what defines high-end versus low-end or regular end, whatever the terminology may be. And then can you also speak to the community councils you've heard, concerns that you've heard about bad operators? Again, keeping in mind that we very recently dealt with a bad operator in Midtown that dragged on for years. They had conditions placed on their license. It still dragged on for years. So the community is really on edge about a repeat of this same situation happening and it taking years to fix. So if you can address those two questions, that would be great.
Thank you, Assembly Member Rivera, through the chair. The products we're looking at are mostly German, French, some English, things like you would find the Muschels, which is a type of beer, oftentimes more of a ceremonial, used different times of the year, Christmas, holiday. The higher end wines we're looking at, again, mostly European. Many of those products are ordered from overseas now. There's just not that type of distribution that's here. And so that's really the primary interest of the products we're selling. We're not selling the $11 bottle of Monarch. I'm not going to carry it. I'm not going to carry the shooters, and I'm not going to carry the fortified beers. In fact, I'm not going to make space for it. I live in Midtown. I can see the problem very clearly. What I haven't seen, and although both the Midtown Community Council and the community at large that goes through Midtown has had to deal with some operators who chose to pretty much sell to anyone, and they still are, that pretty much chose to sell the shooters all the time, regardless of condition, and will continue to do so. Somehow, we need to differentiate between a new operation that's made a meaningful commitment to do that and not necessarily be categorized with the 1 or 2 bad actors. We have a finite number of licenses, and somehow we've got to come to some reasonable basis, or perhaps that's a legislative matter, perhaps that's a matter of ordinance, how we rein in licenses. But what's more important is you can't take, or you should not take, every operation and just assume they're all bad operators. Now, I agree with the Midtown Community Council. That was not an easy task, and they went through that with me, and it's still ongoing to this day. I think the real spirit of the event, and the most important thing that one does, is to commit to not doing those things in the first place, right in front of you. And that process is very meaningful. That's what we want to underwrite here, that it can be done. I hope that answers your question, Assemblymember Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. That does answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Considering the comment that they believe that this area is already highly saturated with liquor stores, what actually attracted you to this location? What motivated you to actually choose this spot? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Kennedy, through the chair. What attracted us to it was the high traffic area. Yes, it's a smaller location, but it's an affordable, smaller location to run a business model in. That doesn't mean that this is permanent. But the one thing we do know, inasmuch as this strip mall is disliked by the Midtown Community Council, is that if we can do it there, we've proved a model on our own time that doesn't contribute to these problems, that met the requirements that Aquila was asking for, where we developed an entirely different name, an entirely different sign that doesn't say alcohol and it doesn't say liquor. These are the most fundamental and important parts of public processes like we're having here. We learn things. We discover things. We find new ways to do things that's meaningful for an entire city and all of its affected partners. I thank the Midtown Community Council for participating. I wrote previously, about a month and a half ago, if they were not consulted, that would be the greatest failure. Why? Because a Midtown Community Council has intimate knowledge and can help to make sure you fully understand that before you engage in an endeavor. So we incorporated that information into what was our business plan. And those are important aspects of a public process. We've learned a lot. We'll continue to learn. We want you to see the success of this without selling those products, without the Midtown Community Council having to come back and say, well, now you're doing that. I'm committing here in the record, right in front of you. We're not doing it. And I don't have to. But somebody's got to spend that risk capital.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions, Ms. Kennedy? Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Yeah. You know, I've heard a lot of testimony, but I have to tell you, I don't believe a word you're saying. And I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. Because I have a couple of questions for you. Under Dubrovna, the building, do you own that building?
No.
Do you own 32 Spinard Road?
No.
Do you live in New York?
No, you're thinking of Val Dobrova, who is the owner that had to foreclose on this license and transfer it to this location.
Okay, so this is a completely different owner at this point.
No. That is the owner that Jeff is coming in to help operate the store because that owner lives in New York.
So you're partnering, so is he partnering with this owner?
If this gets approved, he will be filing a transfer of ownership to take part of the ownership so he can be an active operator and owner. So if you remember at the public work session, we discussed the transfer of how there was an involuntary transfer because Val had sold this license to a different operator.
Yep.
That operator defaulted on her note.
Yep.
So he foreclosed on the license and took it back, but he is in New York, yes.
Okay. Are you going to be a business partner with him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you don't have my support.
Okay.
This gentleman, and I'm going to explain why, and if you want to respond, absolutely. I'm still trying to wrap my head around where this liquor store is high-end in one of a neighborhood that has been overran. I think it's telling that you're saying that the high-end is going to the higher-end people, but you're in an area where the income might be a little bit lower. And there have been a lot of complaints about your business partner, and because you're intertwined with that, I honestly cannot support this. It's alarming that you're saying it's a high-end liquor store because they don't sell something that's $4 when it's clear that you're putting this is my opinion, it's clear that you're putting this in a district or in an area where you're going to draw those.
Ms. Allard, do you have a question specifically?
So my question to you is why? Because I didn't believe what you told Ms. Kennedy. Like you're trying to make money here. So what's the truth of why you really want that liquor store and partner in that area?
So I guess I can't, I mean, it's hard for me to address what you said about Val without knowing the details.
Well, I'm asking him the truth. Like, are you really saying that you believe this is a high-end liquor store and you're putting in an area where obviously it's oversaturated with liquor stores? Is that what you're telling me? That you're actually going to be selling high-end liquor to people that can afford high-end liquor?
Would you like me to answer?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Member Allard, through the chair. The reason we're putting it there is because of the traffic that crosses back and forth across town. To say that you would choose just one demographic as though no one in Eagle River, the Mat-Su, Palmer, doesn't drive in and out of town, does not take Benson.
You can't compare Eagle River to Midtown, but thank you.
Well,
thank you, Ms. Allard.
I think we can agree. I think we can agree that folks from Eagle River drive down Benson, just like they drive down Northern Lights, just like they come into town on 4th and 5th Avenue.
Thank you, sir. I believe that's it for questions for the operators. Thank you for being here, but
Thank you.
please stand by. I believe we have an amendment. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move proposed amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you. So what this amendment does is it achieves the goal which we heard both the Midtown Community Council as well as the applicant speak to on the record, which is to ensure that the memorandum of understanding is something sort of official attached to this specific license and location, and that it will be complied with, and that enforcement, and that, which is the most critical piece, is that it will be able to be enforced by our code enforcement and by the state's code enforcement. And so this starts that process. I do have a question. I'd like to ask actually both, just for double verification, both Assembly Council or Planning, and hopefully, and Planning, and hopefully Mr. McLaughlin is in the audience somewhere to speak to this amendment, and does it achieve the goals that we heard both from Midtown Community Council and from the operator and the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Rivera, the answer is yes. This amendment would incorporate the memorandum of understanding into the alcohol special land use permit.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Rivera? Did you say you wanted to also hear from Assembly Council?
Yeah, I want to hear from Assembly Council. I just want to make sure that this amendment is doing what it is intending to do, which is to make sure that the MOU is enforceable both by municipal code enforcement as well as by state code enforcement, and that if there is an issue, the ABC board is able to pull the license and be able to shut this operator down.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. Well, it seems like it to me that it would certainly provide some grounds for being able to allege that if these are violated, that they've violated, I guess, license conditions. But again, the license is approved by the ABC board, and whether or not they will consider the special land use permit violations is it's a little uncertain. Sometimes that's unpredictable how they would treat that. They're two separate things. Special land use permit, however, you're adding a condition that they comply with the MOU to the special land use permit. And I think that violation of it will give grounds to at least bring the special land use permit back before the Assembly, and you, the body, has the authority to revoke the special land use permit for things like violations of the conditions, of which this is one. So there's a lot of factors and a lot of facts you would look at. So, you know, what happens if an allegation of violation comes forward is what it is. But this gives you grounds to revoke the special land use permit.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess just one last comment, if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Gates. So it sounds like this does half of what the Midtown Community Council and applicant wanted. It sounds like we need to go through an additional process for the ABC board, and if I'm wrong on that, please correct me. But this still sounds like it's something that'll be enforceable, and it is within our purview to revoke it. We don't need the state's sort of blessing and to go through that lengthy process in order to revoke this particular item. So I appreciate that clarification, and perhaps we'll see something in the near future to go through that state process. Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Rivera. The special land use permit it's mutually exclusive of the ABC license. So yes, you could proceed on the special land use permit and revocation process without needing the ABC board's assent or approval or anything.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And I just want to point out, too, that the state attorney from AMCO is here as well. Mr. Rivera, if you wanted her to address your question, too.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if the attorney, I'm assuming it's Ms. Wilson, if she'd like to add anything, that would be great.
Turn on the microphone.
Yellow.
Yeah,
Got it? All right.
State your name. for
Through the
record.
chair, Representative Rivera, my name is Joan Wilson. I wasn't intending to address this. I'm here as a private citizen on another matter, but I am the Senior Assistant Attorney General that advises AMCO and the ABC Board. I was just involved in a very long process involving mom and pop, so I know of your experience there. I can tell you that if these conditions are placed on the license, which would be a condition of approval, the license can be suspended or revoked, notices of violations can be filed, etc. But yes, violation of the grounds of the license are grounds for revocation.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Great. Thanks so much. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for taking the floor so much on this one. So, this application, I think, is a difficult one for me. On the one hand, the applicant have bent over backwards to the point where they agreed to change the name of their store, so it isn't obvious that this is a liquor store to passerbys. They agreed to an extensive list of restrictions to be put on the license to mitigate negative impacts to the neighborhood. On the other hand, this is still a poor location for this store. And I haven't been convinced necessarily by the applicant that this is a good location. There is already an extensive saturation of package stores in Midtown that is already having an impact on this community. And there are serious concerns about the ability of this operator to meet the expectations of the community and to run a store that adds and not detracts. And I think we heard that a little bit from Ms. Allard earlier. So, there's a lot for me to weigh here, and this is still, I think, a difficult decision for me. Historically, I have been a champion with the Midtown Community Councils and worked hand in hand, glove in glove with them on their issues. And I will continue to do that no matter what the decision I make and what the decision the majority of the body makes today. So at this time, I will likely be voting no on this particular license, but really, really hope if this passes that the operator works very closely with the community council because they do not want a repeat of what they have just had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant? Actually, let's go to Mr. Gates next.
Yes, thank you. I asked to speak because I was searching for this in my emails, and I've found the prior assembly actions. I believe Ms. Wilson referred to this earlier, and I thank the Attorney General for speaking. The Assembly acted on this license previously in AR 2023-99. We had a conditional protest, but that was just based on paying taxes, obtaining the special land use permit, which is before you tonight, and getting a certification from land use enforcement. The conditions were met, but there was no request for conditions to be imposed on the license issued by the ABC board. So we don't have that from this body to AMCO or the ABC board to add those. So the things that the Midtown Community Council's asked for are, right now, as I see it, the posture, they're only applying to the special land use permit before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. But first, I just want to reiterate that previously in the hearings we've had on this item, I've disclosed that my employer is Aquila, which is across the street from this property, and the determination was made that I have no personal or financial gain from this question. Second, alcohol is in fact legal in America, and so that strongly moves the question towards a yes. There are, of course, issues that the neighborhood has experienced with alcohol that anybody who has eyes can see. I want to point, though, to a store that the community council demonstrated was an exemplary operator, and that is La Bodega. And that store exists right next to the business of Mr. Peterson, who testified before us, and in fact right near the intersection where the worst of many things happen in this town in the context of people in the streets. And that La Bodega is an example that proves to me that it in fact can be done if done with care. Now, La Bodega is leaving Midtown, which I'm grateful that we were able to steal them to the downtown, because we want operators who come with the experience and practice like that, because they are net gain, a positive support for our community. This business, and the way that they've engaged with this community council, and the way that they've evolved their plan before our very eyes, demonstrates to me that we should look to affirm this opportunity, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may...
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I couldn't get in fast enough. I actually have a follow-up question for Mr. Gates.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood Mr. Gates correctly, that our amendment attached the conditions to the special land use permit, but did not add it as a condition, like when we a condition as part of our protest to the license. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Follow-up question to that is there a manner in which we can do that tonight?
Well, tonight, no. There's no action item before you about a protest with the ABC board for the license that they issue. And we've been through that process already. Right now, we had a letter from the ABC board saying that this protest that was conditioned on getting special land use permit, paying taxes, and getting the land use enforcement certification, those conditions were upheld, but the applicant for the license had 180 days from August while that license approval is held in abeyance, so the conditions are met, and I don't really see anything you can do tonight to sort of add on to that and the ABC board's process, or add on to the local governing body's protest process. tonight. All you have before you tonight is the special land use permit.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. Gates. I see Mayor Bronson in the queue. Is that you, Ms. Dembowski?
No, Madam Chair, I call the question.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So, Mayor Bronson, I would respectfully request you not do that and let us just vote. Otherwise, we have to take 2 votes, and it takes 8 votes to call the question, and then it's quite a process, but I think we're actually there without going through extra steps.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I think actually that's true. We are at the end of discussion and perhaps ready to vote. And we could go ahead, and I don't see any other members in the queue. I believe we could just proceed to a vote, which is effectively what you're asking for. So,
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Then let's get it over with and vote.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Seeing no other assembly members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on approval of AR 2021-248 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 13A passes 7-4.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Quick
Mr.
point
Vice
of
Chair.
privilege to the petitioner. I just want to apologize that a member of this body called you a liar. I apologize on behalf of myself.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2021-24, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 22.55 acres from R6, low-density residential 1 acre, district to R7, single-family residential 20,000 square foot district for BLM lots 15, 18.
Waive.
If folks could please be quiet so everyone can hear. For BLM lots 15, 18, 19, and 20, SEC 21, T1 to N, R3W, and Pierce subdivision lots 17A and 17B. Thank you. For this item, I am going to hand the gavel over to the Vice Chair as it pertains to my district. I will just note that the public hearing was initially closed March 23rd, 2021. This item was remanded to the Planning and Zoning Commission on 3/23, March 23, 2021. There's no motion pending, and the public hearing has been reopened. We'll hand the gavel over now to Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open on AO 2021-24.
Madam Chair, I'd like to do a point of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I have a concern, and my concern is that we have a chamber full of everybody. They came out to testify, and it looks like we're at the very end of the agenda. In order for, it looks like 15, okay, start with 15J. We need to get this show going, so I'd like to request that we change the order of the...
Is that a motion?
I didn't hear you, I apologize.
Yeah. Is that a motion?
I didn't hear him again. Yes, please, sorry, I didn't hear you. A motion to move and change the order of the day.
The clerk tells me that we have opened a public hearing already, so we have to proceed with the public hearing.
I'm sorry.
So, public hearing is now open. Please come forward to testify. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam. members of the board.
Point of order. My understanding reading this, that public hearing was closed, remanded to the Planning Commission, no motion pending.
But there was, in fact, an action by which we moved to continue the public hearing so that the members, or no, reopen the public hearing so that the members could file their petition. And so we went out of our way to allow the members to file their petition, and that action did take place.
No, okay,
So again, sorry, can we restart the clock? Go ahead.
My name is Craig Bennett with S4 Group. The rezone of the Sky Ridge project has been in review for a year now. We've had 3 community council meetings, 2 planning and zoning, public hearings, an assembly work session, and now this is the 3rd meeting at this assembly. Also, any plat submitted will require another hearing, a public hearing at the planning board. The Planning and Zoning Commission has heard this case twice, and both times adopted a resolution unanimously recommending approval. The Planning Department, the Traffic Engineering Department, the Private Development Division, and DOT support this rezone. Both Planning and P&Z find that this implements the 2040 plan and the new Hillside District Plan designation of low-intensity detached 1 to 3 DOA. The Hillside District Plan supports this rezone with the new land use map designation, but also by goals 1, 1A, 1D, and 13A as stated by the Planning Department. Goal 1A, encourage a greater proportion of future growth to occur in Lower Hillside. I want to emphasize that it says Lower Hillside. This site is located a mile into Lower Hillside and is the specific area the HDP encourages growth to occur in. Goal 1D, this site is not near Furrow Creek. Planning wrote in the plan amendment staff analysis, not applicable, Furrow Creek is not near to the petition site. The Furrow Creek area is close to Huffman Road. And again, the HDP states that revisions to existing zoning will be allowed and encouraged in the Lower Hillside on pages 1-20 and 2-13. The HDP acknowledges that there will be more residential development than is possible under current zoning on page 1-2. The hillside is expected to absorb more housing than other sectors of the bowl on page 1-19. In the urban service area, revisions to existing zoning will be allowed on page 1-20. At the Assembly hearing in March, there was a floor amendment with 3 proposed SLs, and we agree to all 3 SLs. And in summary, P&Z, Planning, and all the reviewing departments support this rezone. The 2040 plan and the HDP support this rezone. This conforms and implements the current approved designation in the HDP land use plan map that now shows this site as 1 to 3 DOA. The R7 zoning is consistent with that. And if the board has any questions now or after any community comments, I'm available and happy to answer. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item?
Thank you for giving us the time to testify tonight. Good evening. My name is Liz Luber. My husband and I recently bought a home off of East 112th Avenue, very near the proposed Sky Ridge subdivision, and are here tonight to request the denial of the proposed rezone of this area. I hope you have access to our petition to protest this rezoning because it explicitly details why all of our neighbors signed and adamantly opposed as crucial standards are unmet. I have a copy here if anyone would like to see it. In addition, I am stolidly requesting, begging even, that regardless of if this rezone is approved, the following special limitations will be adhered to. Number 1, top priority is the protection of our wells. As such, we request that several exploratory wells be placed at the boundaries of the proposed subdivision and that drawdown tests be done between them and the neighboring wells to ensure that the new wells will not affect existing ones. The developer, Holtquist Homes, is doing an unprecedented thing per local experts in wanting to develop this subdivision with individual wells in conjunction with city sewer within an area with an already large concentration of wells. Even those of us not in the well business can understand the potential ramifications of removing such large amounts of water from an aquifer, even more if you approve this rezone, and then not returning that water back into the aquifer. The potential to destroy our water source is tremendous and negligent at best to overlook and insufficiently test before moving forward. We adamantly insist that all construction must stop immediately if negative impacts on neighboring wells are discovered. Number 2, of equal importance is that there is no egress onto Haynes Street. I know some of you don't see this issue as being of great importance, but I would like you to know that as a mom that personally walks and runs these roads regularly with my 5 young children, I can confidently tell you that with dramatically increased traffic, it is only a matter of time before there's an accident involving a vehicle and a pedestrian due to limited visibility from the hills on Hayne and the very limited visibility around corners and coming out of driveways along those roads. Those accidents will be on your conscience. This is something that you can prevent tonight. A secondary access can either be placed on Lake Otis as a continuation of 112th to the west, as a continuation of 110th to the east, or in between as a new 111th Avenue. Also, please do not be convinced by the developer that the neighbors will find easier access to O'Malley via an egress onto Hayne through the new subdivision. Not one single neighbor wants to have to drive through another neighborhood to exit our own. Number 3, while no egress onto Hayne is the best and safest option, should it not be met with approval, we would request that instead a fire gate be placed at Hayne Street. This simple solution solved neighbor concerns at numerous other sites, including South High School, where neighbors did not want through traffic to the school. The fire department has a key for access, and it meets the requirements for a secondary emergency ingress/egress. I do appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Dana Bertolini. I'm a 40-year resident of Anchorage. I built a home 26 years ago on 112th Avenue, just around the corner from the proposed new subdivision. And I'm here to request the denial of the proposed rezone for this area. I would strongly encourage you to read our petition to protest that was signed by all 100% of the homeowners who will be affected by the rezone. That petition clearly details why the municipality's own conditions for rezone have not been met. If you read these conditions, there is no way you can logically justify, let alone approve this rezone. That being said, if you proceed with the rezone, I'm begging, please, on behalf of our neighborhood, that you would make the following special limitations to the rezone. As was just stated, we request that exploratory wells be placed at the boundaries of the proposed subdivision, that drawdown tests be performed between them and the neighboring wells to ensure that proposed new wells will not affect the existing wells. If negative impact on neighboring wells is discovered, development must stop and an alternative must be found. Number 2, there cannot be any egress onto Haynes Street. The most logical place for secondary access is once again onto Lake Otis. This has been clearly delineated in the petition to protest. You as the Assembly, as our representatives, have the power to make this happen. But if you don't, at the very least, please allow the fire gate to be placed at Haynes Street in lieu of that. This has been implemented in numerous other subdivisions. It meets the requirements for secondary emergency ingress and egress. And to bring my testimony to a close, I'm compelled to share with you that my confidence in our legal and political system has deteriorated over the 40 years that I've been a resident here. And it's because I have seen people in your positions make decisions and cast votes that are not in the best interest of the people in this community. Tonight, I pray that you would do the right thing for the people in our neighborhood and the people of Anchorage. Thank you.
Please refrain from clapping. Our goal is to get through this as quickly as possible, and the clapping just slows the process down. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Scott Luber. That was my wife, and I just want to second everything that she said and asked you guys to consider. In regards to this, I'll be real short. In regards to this, highly ask you guys to consider the well issue. If they're going to run city sewer, let's just run city water to them as well. It won't have the effect that we're worried about. Also with the egress onto Hain, I know this is an issue that Mr. Holquist can attest to from his own experience with a subdivision going in near his house. When the Terrace subdivision went in across the street from him, the original plan had an egress going out onto Cange right in front of his house. And he fought tooth and nail with you guys to get that moved so that both egresses were onto Lake Otis from that subdivision and ended up winning. And we're just asking for that same, at one point he understood why we're standing here and he stood here for that same purpose. This time it affects us and we're just asking that egress goes out onto Lake Otis, egress goes out on Lake O'Malley, because that's where everybody's going anyways. There's no point to kick it backwards where they're going to head back to Lake Otis and O'Malley anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Another member of the public want to be heard? Oh, after this person, we'll switch to the phones. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Marcotte with Triad Engineering. I'm here supporting the applicant tonight. I just wanted to speak to the access to Hain Street just a little bit. The overall density that's proposed here would approximately equal about 305 daily trips. O'Malley Road is classified as a Class 2 minor arterial, capable of handling up to 20,000 vehicles a day, and currently sees roughly about 12,000, so just a little over 50% of its capacity. It was recently upgraded in 2018 with 4 lanes of travel and a center turn lane as well as street lighting at the future proposed intersection. Hain Street is classified as a local road, which generally sees less than 2,000 ADT. So with the number of lots that are being proposed, a secondary access will be required. Again, this is generally an issue that's handled at the planning board level review. But 2 accesses will be required. We spoke extensively with DOT about limiting access to Hain Street, and they were adamant that we provide a secondary access. They felt, for lack of a better term, they felt handcuffed if we were only to provide a singular access at O'Malley. We have some exhibits to share with you regarding the legal access to Lake Otis. There is no legal access along the boundary with terraces to actually physically construct a 20-foot wide strip paved road all the way west and connecting it into Lake Otis. We've looked at that option. The easements don't exist. The topography is steep. We would be impacting private property. So it's been explored and not generally doable. In regards to the water pressure, the water extension comment, I can tell you that Terraces is at about the top end of the pressure zone for AWU system. It's controlled by a number of tanks that are further up hillside, and it fluctuates to the point where even at the top end of Terraces, the people on the second floor are at the very threshold of what would be adequate pressure supply. This development's about 90 feet higher than the Terraces development, and therefore pressure would be almost non-existent. So very expensive booster stations would be required, and those are something that are not readily within AWU's master plan. They are not planning for water extension into this area, but this development does reside within their wastewater boundary, and so the extension of the public sewerage just made sense in this case. And it looks like I am about out of time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Marcotte. Mrs. Allard is in the queue for you.
Thank you. So I heard your testimony in regards to you're putting another road in. And I went out there and I checked the whole area, but you said you spoke to Department of Transportation.
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, yes, that's correct.
And who did you speak to over there?
We spoke to the, I guess it would be the principal traffic engineer, Scott Thomas.
Thank you. So I made a phone call to Department of Transportation too, and I actually spoke to the commissioner. It was John McKinnon at the time, and he said, and I tried to fight for the people that lived in that district. that the roads are going to impact, to see if there was anything we can do. He said absolutely not. John McKinnon and I spoke for about 30 minutes, and he said nothing can be done under safety, and you guys cannot do anything other than what he had already told you.
Which was to connect to Hain?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it was what you had decided to do, because I was trying to tell him that if, I believe that the road was they're arguing they want the road to come from O'Malley, correct? Wait,
Yes,
right?
the proposed connections would be at O'Malley and Hain Street.
Okay, and then, but where are you putting the roads? I'm trying to get it back in my head again.
The future connections to the plating action would place the roads at a connection with O'Malley to the north and Hain Street to the east.
Okay, and then they were what's the other, Lake Otis?
Yes, the comments from the community are requesting a connection at Lake Otis.
Okay.
Generally along 112th, which is the northern boundary of terraces.
And Commissioner McKinnon said no. He told me you could not enter from Lake Otis. Okay.
Thank you. Good to
Yeah,
know.
so I mean,
Okay.
I'm verifying publicly saying that I spoke to the commissioner and he said absolutely no way can any road enter from Lake Otis to bypass any other thing. So you guys are doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you, Ms. Allard.
Yeah, thank you very much. But can I follow up with the wells? Can you explain again a little bit about the water pressure and why you have a mixture of wells and you have public sewage?
Sure. So we were involved with the later half of the development in terraces, and as you move towards the east, towards the back of the development, the elevation rises to a certain elevation above sea level, whatnot, that the pressure reduces below what is generally desirable to the public. I think AWU's tariff is like 20 psi. But what we found in that development was anything below 40 psi, you start getting phone calls. And so AWU started getting phone calls with complaints from people on the second floor saying, hey, I don't have enough water pressure in my shower, what gives? And they said, well, you can install individual booster pumps if you prefer, but we are meeting our tariff requirements by supplying you water above 20 psi. So when we raise the elevation and move to this development just north of terraces, we're nearly 100 feet higher. And so you'd be dropping another 50 pounds of pressure. So the pressure would be basically zero trying to serve this development. In order to combat that, you would have to install booster stations with auxiliary power supplies to boost the pressure up just for this development itself. AWU doesn't have any plans for further extension of the water main, so you're talking, $1 million booster station to service 32 potential houses. So that was quickly kind of removed from the equation, if you will, and we focused more on the gravity sewer component and coupled that with the wells and the sewer component, which isn't an unknown situation in town. Approximately 4.5% of AWU's customers are on public sewer, but presumably private water. They don't have an actual public sewer hookup. So we're assuming that they're getting their water from a well or some source. So this isn't a new condition at all.
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in this public hearing? Oh, actually, I said we're going to turn to the phones. Next, we're going to call Gretchen Stoddard.
Hello, this is Gretchen.
Are you speaking on your own behalf or representing the community council? This is Anchorage Assembly on the phone.
Huffman, the community council.
All right,
Huffman
we'll
O'Malley
provide
Community
you with 5 minutes. Please begin your testimony.
Now? All right. My name is Gretchen Stoddard. I am with the Huffman O'Malley Community Council, and I thank you for being here, having this meeting, and giving me the ability to testify. We have a district plan in the area. Anchorage has 18 neighborhood plans. There is a process to create and revise these plans, and the Hillside District Plan has been accepted after thorough review, and if this passes, it is not in compliance with the Hillside District Plan, nor has it been through the agreed upon criteria to amend the plan. We have passed as our community council a resolution to assert neighborhood self-determination and the insistence that the assembly follow the guidelines of the comprehensive plan. I will only read a few of these the whereases in this resolution, but whereas Title 21 includes a list of 18 neighborhood plans and over 30 other planning guides, and the purpose of the comprehensive plan is to set forth the goals, objectives, strategies, policies governing land use development of the municipality. And whereas the Hillside District Plan states that one of the most fundamental actions is to maintain the hillside's existing low-density rural residential character. It goes on in the other sections, whereas the Assembly approved AO 2021-25 to amend the Hillside District Plan on August 24, 2001, without meeting the approval criteria explicitly laid out in Title 21.03.160 to amend plans, but instead used the reasons of housing shortage and homelessness, which are not germane to a rezone application under Title 21. And whereas some Assembly members have shown themselves willing to ignore established code, including the Hillside District Plan, and disregard the protections of future mandates by the HDP to a rezone which will double or triple allowed density in a small area surrounded by large lot R6 zoning. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that every area, neighborhood, or district has the right under charter to create an area, neighborhood, or district plan, that the Assembly will respect the code supplied by an area, neighborhood, or district plan, including the Hillside District Plan, that the Huffman O'Malley Community Council respectfully states that the area, neighborhood, or district plans, including the Hillside District plans, are treated as paramount, that governing bodies, including the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Anchorage Assembly, follow the code mandated by Title 21 to amend any area, neighborhood, or district plan, including the Hillside District Plan, that a shortage of homes is not cause to ignore an area, neighborhood, or district plans, including the Hillside District Plan, that the Anchorage Assembly vote no on the proposed rezone of AO 2021-24. Thank you, and that was a resolution passed by our Community Council.
Thank you, ma'am. I see no questions, so we'll move to the next person. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? The public hearing is now closed on this item. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Item is before us. What's the, would you like to speak to the item? Oh. Okay. Mr. Presverdiaz, the mover, would you like to speak to the item first?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Weddleton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1. You should have this in front of you. This would modify the ordinance section 2, page 1, line 29 to add a new condition D that would read, prior to platting, an independent third-party engineer to drill a minimum of 2 exploratory wells. Actually, can I hold off for a moment? Mr. Gates? These are the wrong sets of amendments. Mr. Gates, there was a set of amendments that was labeled revised, and that is the one that should be here.
I did not label them revised, but I only distributed the last version that you sent me, Mr. Wilson. I don't think there was a first version that we distributed that needed to have a revised version, if that makes sense. Does it?
Can we stall for a moment? Well, let me, what do you have?
Just a moment to clarify for the mover and the seconder, was that the S version that you moved?
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got wording for this from the on-site services folks, and that did not end up being in this version, and I apologize. And if I had,
Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Vice Chair.
Ms.
Could
Owen?
we, by any chance, take up 14J while we're working this?
Yeah, we might need a motion to extend the meeting at some point, too.
Okay, so I would
Yeah,
welcome a
apologize.
motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14J.
Yes, please.
Okay, there's a motion to take up item 14J. Is there a second?
Which is J? Is it the math?
Second, Mr. Vice Chair.
Say again?
Yeah, I just want to comment on that.
Would you second it for the purposes of having it before us?
Second.
All right, thank you.
My intention was to make a motion to change the order of the day to put 4J next and then 14J next and then 14L so that we could, the reason is because 14J, we need to get that done tonight because the lease expires at the end of the month. So we need to get that done for Boys and Girls Club. And then for 14L, obviously, that's why most of the folks are here. So we want to get to that so we have enough time to be able to hear at least as many of them as we can. So that was my intention. If you would revise it so that we could add those two next, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So the amended motion would be a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14J and 14L after this item.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to that motion? I don't know if the folks on the phone have texted Ms. LaFrance if you have any objection, but I'm going to assume there's no objection.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
I just want to raise one point, that item 15A is quasi-judicial and involves a liquor license, which I believe may be time-sensitive. We generally dispense with those quickly. I don't know if I lost track of the amendments to this motion. I'm not sure if it'd be possible to take up
Okay. So
14J, 15A.
Let's start over. Okay, so it's been made clear now that also item, was it 15A, 14J, and then 14L.
You need to, make a motion.
Would you consider making a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14J, 15A, and then 14L?
Yeah, so I move to amend to include 14J and then, what's the other one? What's the next one?
15A.
15A and then 14L.
Is that amenable? All right, so that's
Move
the
to
motion.
extend the meeting.
Hold on, let's do one motion at a time.
We're going to run out of time.
We still have enough time. So the motion before us is to change the order of the day after this item to take up 14J, 15A, 14L. Is there any objection to that motion? Yeah, I had Mr. Presverdy and Ms. Allard seconded. I believe I have a question from Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel?
No, I took myself back out of the queue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the question for us then is, shall we change the order of the day? Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, the order of the day is changed. Now that motion would be in order. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. This is a vote that takes a supermajority. Anybody want to speak to the motion?
I will. Are you talking about extending till midnight?
Yeah.
Because they all came out.
That's understood. So,
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
Mr. Chair, we have Dean Gates in the queue.
Sorry, Mr. Gates? Mr. Fritz? Yeah, thanks. Frisk.
Sorry. Yes, I just wanted to speak to the recent item 13B, and Mr. Wilton asked about the revised amendments. I found my drafter's error. I apologize. I had prepared the wrong document, and if I have a little time, I can get that corrected.
Thank you. And before us then is the question of extending the meeting till midnight. Please, yeah, members, let's vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera? Ms. Zolotow,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
All right, that item passes, and so the meeting will run till midnight. We have before us now just a minute we're going to take to get the amendment corrected, and so we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item 14J. 14J, if I can find my, do you have your agenda? Agenda is ordinance number AO 2021-86, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between Noodlum Equities Limited, the lessor, and the Municipality of Anchorage lessee for premises located at 1251 Muldoon Road for the continued operation of the Northeast Community Center Real Estate Services. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
The item is moved and seconded. Is there any comment? Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
All right, AO 2021-86 has passed the body. Next, we will go ahead and take up item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-316. I know it's getting late, folks. Could please quiet down. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 2958 for Kobe Incorporated, DBA Kobe Teppanyaki House, located at 3400 Arctic Boulevard, Anchorage, Alaska 99503, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone from the public wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Ms. Stone, are you coming up? Nope. Okay. Anyone at all? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Item is moved and seconded. Anyone would like to speak on this item? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
All right, AR 2021-316 has passed the body. And are we ready with amendment for the previous item?
We are sort of ready. I've got 4 amendments. 3 are printed in what you had in front of you. The first one was incorrect, so let's just go to the second one. So I don't know if I have a motion on the floor for Amendment 1, but I would discard that one.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm clean slate. Okay, move Weddleton Amendment number 2. I say LaFrance Weddleton Amendment number 2.
Second.
Okay, and this on, in the section 1, page 1, essentially at line 24, would add E, and that letter will make sense in terms of the First Amendment, we'll get to later. And that says, home construction traffic shall use the new interior street and may not use Haynes Street.
All right.
Looking for a second.
I think there was a second, Mr. Peterson.
Oh, there was, okay.
So, anyone wants, oh, it's Mr. Perez Verdia. Okay. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, Mr. Welton, I'm curious about enforceability of this, the home construction traffic. We know we've had issues before with construction happening in a particular development or neighborhood, and we've gotten lots of complaints. I remember one down by Lake Hood, for example, where there were construction trucks going up and down this road all summer long, and there was basically nothing it seemed like there was nothing the municipality could do to stop that or enforce it. So could you speak to how this would be enforced?
Aggressively. This would actually, to actually do the development, put the roads in and so on, which they've somewhat started doing already, they have to use Haines Street. I mean, there's no other access. But the thing they'll do when they lay it out is put roads, a road in, and that would just make that the preference for home builders. So once the subdivision essentially put in with the roads and the infrastructure and so on, and people go in and start building the homes, in that case, they would use the new interior road. And if I might, I would invite the petitioner if they would like to comment on it as well. I don't represent. Is that all right to the chair?
Yes, please do. If you
Mr.
didn't, I was
Johnson,
going
I can't seem to get in queue. I apologize. I have a
Okay,
comment
I'll have
about
you on the
his
queue.
amendment.
You're next.
Craig Bennett, and through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, you're speaking about accessing Haines Street is your first comment?
If you got a copy of the old one, we're doing Amendment 2.
Yes. So the home construction traffic, that's the one we're on right now, or do you want to talk about all three
That's
of
the
them?
one. No, let's just do one at a time.
Okay. So home construction traffic on the interior streets, I'm not sure how you would enforce that, and there'll be a lot of subcontractors, like drywall coming in for the homes themselves. For the actual construction traffic, there's going to be a haul route that's approved through the Muni, and they enforce that with inspectors on site. And I can let the engineers speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, my name is Grant Matthews with Triad Engineering. Through the chair, as Mr. Bennett said, through the subdivision process and the permitting through the municipality, the traffic and right-of-way reviews a haul route, and that is actually enforceable. If trucks aren't following that, they can shut them down and reroute them. That said, the right-of-way department is also responsible for inspecting the travel way that they do take. So construction traffic on Hain would be monitored, and any damage that would incur would have to be repaired as part of the subdivision agreement. So restricting it seems unnecessary in our opinion.
All right, thank you. If I might? Please, Chair. Well, I think that's an answer for Mr. Dunbar, that in fact the traffic department sets a haul route, and they do. And we've seen other instances with that. We had some complaints about haul route at the airport where they're building new aircraft hangars and so on. So that is something that's done. And in this case, it's not so much about damage to Hain, but it's a substantial amount of traffic in a relatively quiet neighborhood. And this just says use their own road, the main road that they would have just built. Thanks.
Is that it? All right. Anyone else? Questions? Okay. I also have a question for the petitioners then, and my question is, what's your opinion on the amendment?
The amendment?
Yeah. Be right to the point.
To all three of them?
No, just to this one.
Oh, just the construction? It'd be hard to tell a lot of subcontractors which road they can and can't use on public roads. I can see the construction traffic has a haul route. Home construction is different, and I'd say there will be inspectors out, and I don't see how that could be any enforcement. What do you think, Brandon?
Again, through the chair, this is Brandon Marcotte. We had Kinney Engineering do a brief look at the traffic flows from the residential units of this development, and they found that approximately 15% of the homes would be using Haines Street to enter and exit the development. I would envision that the construction traffic would likely be similar to such a spread. In my opinion, you have the majority of your trucks entering and leaving via O'Malley, as it's the closest access, and maybe only 15% of those vehicles would actually leave through Hain. On top of that, I would envision probably 80% of your construction traffic is probably passenger cars and pickup trucks. There's a lot of individuals that show up in their personal vehicles to build homes. So yes, you do have the occasional truck, you do have the occasional cement truck, but I envision them showing up via O'Malley Road and likely leaving via O'Malley Road. They're generally encouraged to leave using the highest classified road that is adjacent to the development. So if you have the choice between a local road and an arterial road, the direction that you're obligated to go would be to O'Malley. So I don't see that the construction traffic for the home development will be so much of an issue.
May I address that? Please. Well, I think in either case, Hain goes to O'Malley, and so would the new interior road that you make. I mean, all the roads will go to O'Malley. What this says is use the new one you build, not Hain.
I guess what I'm saying is that 85% of the traffic is going to be using O'Malley anyways. So I don't see how stopping them from using Hain is going to benefit anything when only 15% of the traffic is going to be using it to begin with.
One could look at it that way, but I think the neighbors are worried about, they have a quiet neighborhood, they have a quiet street, they'd like to maintain that. And what I hear when I hear the 15% on Hain is that this amendment's pretty minor. You just tell those 15% stick to the main road. I mean, that's likely what they'll do. You're going to build a great road, and Hain is not going to be as nice as the one you built. All right.
Hold on, unless you want to speak.
No? I've got nothing more to add.
Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be directed to Mr. Weddleton as the maker of the amendment. So, Mr. Weddleton, I guess I just have a question in regard to the real motivation behind this. Is this in order to keep all traffic off of Hain, or to try to keep those large trucks? Because a lot of subcontractors basically drive a pickup truck, and or maybe a small panel van or something like that. So anyway, I'm just wondering really what the fear is, or what kind of equipment do they not want to have on Hain's? Thank you.
Well, I think in general, it's just not to minimize the increase in traffic on Hain. And we've heard that pretty consistently from the neighborhood. I mean, this time and in previous public hearings on this rezone. And so this is just a request, a pickup truck is traffic on your road. It's not just the big trucks. And this doesn't stifle, when they're building the subdivision, which takes the really big equipment, that's fine. All they have is Hain, and that's what it'll be. And they'll repair it if they break it. But this is just to keep it a quiet neighborhood, as quiet as we can. And it's fairly minor. We heard the theory is 15% of the traffic would use Hain, and I think for people going in to build homes, it would probably be even less than that. So this is nice for the neighborhood, but a minor, if anything, impact on the home builders.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else, questions on this amendment?
I have a quick question for Mr. Weddleton.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. What are you looking at as far as in period?
Beg your pardon?
What are you looking at as far as in period? You're saying as long as construction is being done. What are we looking at as an end date for the home construction? What is your definition of, okay, traveling on Hain Road because there's construction?
Well, it's a fair point, I guess. If you look at the way they've finished Bruin subdivision, I'd say 2.5 years is realistically what it is. That was done pretty quick, wasn't it?
If people are driving their private road, or private vehicles on that particular road, you can't really say you can't drive your POV on that road, but I can see if you wanted to say no large dump trucks.
No, I think the traffic department does do that. When there is a construction project, they do say this will be your route. And they can't tell every red truck is not a neighbor's truck, but the developer can tell the home builders, hey, don't use Hain, and that'll probably get 90% compliance.
Their specific concern is to like side dumps and dump trucks, so heavy axled vehicles, not pickup trucks. They don't monitor pickup trucks, single passenger vehicles, not even so much concrete trucks. It's more so the earth moving vehicles, the dump trucks, the side dumps. Those are what they're concerned about.
All right, any other questions?
I do. Can I ask a question?
Please.
What would you, Mr. Weddleton's brought up a point. This is individuals' properties, and they're not used to having maybe dump trucks or larger vehicles. So what do you feel is a realistic end date for your dump trucks not to be on that main road?
That's a very market-driven question. I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did. I guess I fundamentally disagree with the premise of the amendment. I don't see how it's very enforceable at a home builder level.
Okay.
I think with the amount of traffic that you're going to see, and the majority of it being pickup trucks and passenger vehicles, I just don't see how somebody can show up and track a person down and issue a citation or whatever. I just don't really see it happening very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's vote on this amendment. Just a minute. Now members can vote.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
That item fails on a vote of 5 to 6. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, so you should have in front of you the correct version of Amendment 1.
Hey everybody, I know it's getting late.
To the petitioners,
still
did you
trying to
guys
get
get
through
the
this.
new version, the revised version?
Yes.
They did, okay. So I'd move LaFrance Weddleton, Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Says revised.
Okay,
And
we
that-
have a motion and a second. Mr. Weddleton, would you like to speak to this
Sure.
item?
So that would, on page 1, line 29, amend to add a new condition D as follows. Prior to plat approval, an aquifer test is to be performed by a hydrogeologist to determine if there is adequate water available for the proposed new lots and for existing lots. And I can speak to it then.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Weddleton.
this is actually not unusual. I mean, for part of the plat, I mean, they're going to do their exploratory wells either way. And the point here is just to sample at least a few wells in the neighboring, along the east side of Hain and see what happens to their water. We did get a report where they had looked at some water, but they didn't drill any exploratory wells yet. So it actually, from the preliminary work, looks like there's plenty of water there, but this would just say go double check. That's been, as we heard this evening and prior, that is a major concern for the neighbors.
Excuse me, Chair.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I am having a really hard time hearing. I wear hearing aids, and
Yep.
there's just too much noise with the echoing.
Yep, thank you, folks. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Welton.
I think I've said all I need to say. This one's a no-brainer.
So do you want to hear from the petitioner?
Yes, please.
All right.
Yes, my name's Eric Anderson. I work with Northern Geotechnical Engineering, and I was asked to assess the groundwater resources of the area under the proposed subdivision. I took a look at that, and looks like most logical target for groundwater to supply those homes would be the confined aquifer, which is widespread across Anchorage, is all continuous. And about 75 million gallons per day move through that. The combined withdrawal between the municipality and private well owners is in the range of about 10 million gallons a day. So as Brandon was saying, there's parts of the city that you'd probably want to develop well water, and other parts you'd probably find more practical to serve with municipality supplied water, which a lot of that comes from wells too. I didn't see anything that would lead me to believe that it would be reasonable to think that there would be any issues with the water in terms of the size of this development with respect to the aquifer that you're dealing with. If you were to want to manage the confined aquifer of Anchorage, it would be a much broader kind of a question, an analysis, and you might be looking at where the next 3 million gallons of water are going to come out of and where you want that to happen, not maybe the next 30,000 gallons a day. So anyway, it looked from my perspective, I had no problem with stating that, yes, it looks to me unreasonable to go ahead and do a aquifer test on the confined aquifer there, the Anchorage confined aquifer, because we have plenty of wells into that, and if there's issues, those would be apparent within the neighborhoods. So you could take a look at what those issues are, and if they portend any kind of a problem with that. But any questions on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I guess the first question is, are you agreeing with this? It sounds like you are. That's like it's okay. You'll go check.
Yes, I would not agree with that. I would. Okay. I don't see any reason to do that. It looks a little heavy.
Okay. So this big aquifer, how high up the hillside does it go?
Well, that's the thing. So it goes a fair way up there, but the thing is, it serves, of course, a lot of Anchorage is on this aquifer. So, you know, does it look? It looks very reasonable what the plan is to use that, just like everyone else is. And if you are to say that we're worried about the withdrawals from that aquifer, I would say that would be a much bigger, you're then going to probably look at Anchorage and say, where here do we want to develop our groundwater to save them pumping water uphill, like he was getting to. And so it just seems to be a bigger, if we're talking about a problem with that aquifer, it'd be a much bigger question than something you could solve with this subdivision, for instance. But
if I may, you know, this, well, it's interesting to hear you say that, because it goes, and you're the professional, so I guess we could question me and everyone I've ever talked to about this, that we do not in fact have one big aquifer. And, you know, I've lived on a couple places, various levels of the hillside, and all my wells have always been very different in the amount of water I got and the quality of the water. We did the nitrate study through Halo, it's been 10 years or so ago, and you know, the varying levels of the depths and the quality of the water and so on was all across the board. You know, I've looked at well logs as part of that, so it is very different. And you can have one house that has, I mean, we had to have a holding tank because the water was slow. My neighbor was fine. He was getting, I don't know, 10 or more gallons per hour. So it was, so it varies considerably, and that's the issue here. You know, I think the neighbors there are concerned about their wells because I think there must be occasional issue or something. So they are very worried. So I mean, your statement that there's one aquifer, I've always heard there's lots of them and you just don't know and you need to test.
I guess, and this, looking at the wells in the neighborhood, half of them are in the unconfined shallow aquifer, okay? And that's not what we would be, my client would be developing, okay? So we're going to take those guys, and there's no connection hydraulically. That aquifer is confined above the lower aquifer. Okay, so that one might have where you see nitrates, things from other, contaminants get into that. The confined aquifer under Anchorage is, you can't get anything back in there, you can't recharge it, you can't, so it's kind of it would be, this is all, recharge areas are closer to the hills, closer to the mountains, and once it gets in there, we can withdraw it. We can't put it back. It goes into rivers and goes out to the...
Okay, so I think one point I want to make, and then
Sure, yeah.
Final question. At one point, I don't want anyone to leave this room thinking there's lots of nitrate in the water on the hillside. The water is actually extremely good. There are occasional issues with nitrates, and they can be dealt with fairly easily by grouting your well. But I think in layman's terms, you're saying you're going to drill deeper than the other guys?
There was, half of the wells up there might be in the confined aquifer, and the other half are in the unconfined. Yes, the existing wells. And so the development would target the confined aquifer, which is totally separate hydraulically from the superficial and the shallow unconfined aquifer, and also wouldn't be anything
Okay.
you'd recharge on site.
Right, thank you.
Yes, they would
All right,
be deeper.
I have a few other people in the queue.
Okay,
Ms.
well, if I
Zalato?
might, I'll just wrap up. I think what we've heard is that we should test that theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you. Question for the petitioner. What is the cost in terms of money and time if you needed to do this work that Mr. Weddleton is proposing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I would say it's probably in the range of $20,000 a well. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to see an aquifer test in the range of $40,000 to $45,000. It's a sizable expense to the development, and generally those wells have to be fairly close together. So there's not usually a guarantee that both will be usable. Hopefully one would be usable for a lot, but maybe both won't be. So it's a pretty extensive upfront cost.
Through the chair, one more thing to add. The way this amendment is written also, it states to monitor the drawdown effects serving existing homes in the area, and frankly, wells are private property.
Point of order, that's the wrong amendment.
Yeah, you're
Am I
definitely
looking at the old one?
one.
Oh, I gotcha. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay, I have Mr. Dunbar in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I just wanted to sort of recontextualize these amendments for you and then ask a question of the developer. So you saw the last amendment vote was really close, and you saw probably the last time you were here how close some of those votes were. Some of us are struggling because we've received really strong pleas from the neighbors not to go forward with this development at all. And so I guess my question, but Mr. Welton has proposed these amendments to perhaps give the neighbors some assurances they have some protections. And so I guess my question is, if we were to pass this amendment, would it prevent you from going forward with this development?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, no, I don't believe it would prevent us from moving forward with the development.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to reiterate what is on the amendment, that it's important to show that the influx of 32 new families will not negatively impact the water supply. And just to restate what some of my colleagues have said, this is clearly a very important point of concern for folks living in this area, so I urge support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Allard, you're recognized.
Thank you. Would this amendment impact the price of the homes? Seems like a small amount.
Craig Bennett, through the chair. This should not impact the price of the homes, and if the board feels that this one's important, we're willing to support it too.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weddleton,
Yeah,
last bite
sorry
of the
to
apple.
chew on this so much. But I mean, the statement that it'd be $20,000. I mean, you are going to drill exploratory wells. You will. That's that's always done, right? So you're going to drill.
You muted. Your microphone turned off.
Oh, they gave Jamie the good one. So you're going to drill wells anyway, and you're going to figure out about where they would go with the lots that you plat. So those wells are going to go in there and be usable. So this is just saying, go over to some of the neighbors, drop a line down their existing well, and check the drawdown.
Through the chair, so we can't go on the neighbor's property and test their wells. So what you're talking about is a typical aquifer study. And what an aquifer study is where you drill a couple wells and then you do drawdowns on them. And typically they have to be so close together, and we hope that the wells we're drilling for the test will be used in the future, but it doesn't actually seem to work very often. So usually those wells are abandoned and new wells for the homes have to be done. And then there's the cost of the test. So you don't go off-site. You don't go on other neighboring lots. I'll let Brandon.
So basically, you would take that information and produce a report that you would give to on-site services that they would review as proof that the drawdown test would not impact the neighbors beyond those wells. Is the hope of that test, right? So when you draw down the water, you monitor the one well away from the drawdown test and determine whether or not or how much impact there would be to neighbors beyond a certain distance away from those wells. So there's never any interaction unless part of the development is on the neighboring property, which in this case it's not. We wouldn't be able to access those wells to monitor them legally. We would have no right to access those. But we would end up with a test result that we could give to on-site services for their review and approval. They would critique it, ask questions.
I would just add this to kind of defies some of it. When I was on the planning commission some years ago, almost every gravel pit up at Chugach River, they were required to do drawdown tests, and they tested the neighbors' wells, and the neighbors invited them on because they wanted to know what was going to happen to their well water. So, and I hate to say it because you're the professionals who do it, but it's not the experience I've had. Thank you.
I guess through the chair, I'm just not aware of a legal mechanism that we can knock on somebody's door and say, let me test your well, and they have to agree to it, is all I'm saying. I'm just not aware of anything in code that says your wells are subject to a third-party guy showing up to test it that doesn't have 4 letters, after their name, ADEC or EPA or something.
All right, thanks. Anyone else want to get in the queue? Nope. Okay, members, let's vote on this item.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weddleton, or that amendment passes, 9-2. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, fun. Those were the easy ones. Let me move Weddleton Amendment 3.
Second.
This would on Section 1, Page 1, Line 24, would read it would actually be E, provide road access to Lake Otis. This can be created as a continuation of 112th Avenue from Lake Otis eastward, can be a continuation of 110th Avenue eastward across Lake Otis, or can be a new 111th between these two existing streets. So a number of options here. This avoids having all the neighborhood traffic, or 85% of it.
Can we please let him talk?
85% of it go to O'Malley trying to make a left-hand turn, in a very difficult place to do that. If it leads down to Lake Otis, the predominant direction people would go would be a right-hand turn to go towards downtown. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. We can't do that. I've already spoken to Department of Transportation, and they said you can't access the road off of Lake Otis. So it's kind of a dead in the water because they're never going to get approval from Department of Transportation, period.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the sponsors of the amendment. Do you know what happens if we approve the amendment and DOT says, well, what is the effect of the amendment? If DOT says no, then does it just divert back to the routes already discussed? Or does it somehow derail the project?
Well, I have to admit, I cannot see a situation where DOT would not allow access onto Lake Otis. I mean, the Lake Otis is it's loads of roads, neighbor subdivision roads leading onto it. So it's puzzling that they would say that. I not to say Ms. Allard was wrong in her discussion there, but I don't see where that would be an issue. I think the developers can say, I think they have some legitimate points that make this somewhat difficult, but I don't think that is truly something that would be an issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, I can say that I know of a number of roads in which access is no longer allowed, just based on traffic flows and the future development plans that they have. As they start to increase in traffic density, they move further and further away from the main intersections where they're allowing on or off traffic. The only way that some of those places are allowed is just through grandfathered rights that the plats already showed that they had that access, and that couldn't be taken away. So I know a number of these places in town. Even 9th Avenue is an interesting example. At Cordova, they changed, and you can no longer build an on-ramp, a driveway onto 9th Avenue near Cordova. So it does happen.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mrs. Allard.
Thank you. Do you have any documentation from the Department of Transportation? I didn't even think to bring something because I just didn't. So I apologize.
Go ahead. Folks, I know it's getting late. Can we please let these folks finish so we can move to the next item?
So Craig Bennett, through the chair, we have no legal access to Lake Otis. There is no way to make it to Lake Otis. There is, 1/12 has a 30-foot right-of-way dedication on the south side of the street that does not touch our property.
There, this one does. I know what jogged my memory. When I was speaking to the commissioner, he said something that there's the road, it might have been Mr. Holquist, but it was something about the road coming from Lake Otis not being wide enough. Can you hit on that?
Correct. So on the north side of 112, there is a 33-foot road easement. It's not a dedication. We need 60 foot of width for a road, not 33. And we can't take that lot's land and build a road across it. It would build it across his house. So we don't have legal access to Lake Otis for anything other than a pedestrian pathway.
Ms. Allard wants back in. Go ahead. Not Ms. Allard, sorry, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with this amendment is if there's no way to effectuate it, And although Mr. Weddleton can't imagine an instance where DOT might say no, my concern is if we pass the amendment that we derail the project when there might be alternate routes available, and that some entity outside of our own purview, like DOT, will say, no, I'm sorry, this is impossible. So I want to make sure that if this amendment passes, but DOT says no, then the project can still go forward. And I didn't get any clarity on that from Mr. Weddleton, so I don't know if he wants to provide any clarity on that or if legal counsel knows the answer to that question.
Mr. Weddleton or Mr. Burke?
I'd be happy to stall unless Mr. Burke.
It's okay if there's no answer that you don't know, because it's a pretty out there question. Not out there, but we need a traffic engineer. Yeah. Okay, there's no answer there. Mr. Weddleton?
I actually, on this amendment, I think that the petitioners have a solid case that it is not a wise amendment.
All right, thanks. So do we need to vote, or would the mover and seconder remove their motion?
It's always more fun to vote, but I guess I'd withdraw.
Ma'am, please step back from the dais. Ma'am, please step back from the dais. Thank you. All right, so is there any other amendments?
Yeah, Weddleton Amendment 4, which would be, I guess, basically the same. Section 1, page 1, at line 24-ish, and it would be a new letter E. Install a fire gate from subdivisions to Hain.
So do we have this one in writing?
No.
No.
We heard it from the
Okay.
speakers, and I probably should have prepared it because we've heard it more than once.
Okay, would you repeat it, please?
Amendment 4 would be a new letter E. Install a fire gate, I guess I would say from the subdivision road to Hain.
So there's a motion.
Second.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mrs. Allard is in the queue.
Thank you. So I also spoke to Department of Treasury about, Department of Treasury, that's on my mind still, okay. Department of Transportation in regards to having a fire gate. So it'd be 112th, right? It's where we met. And Hain, you can't. Because I talked to the Department of Transportation, and they said that you can't block that off because you have to have full access for fire issues. There you go. Okay.
Anyone else in the queue? Mr. Dunbar?
Actually, I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Weddleton first.
Mr. Weddleton?
You know, thanks. It is not preferred to do it that way by the fire department, but we do see them in places like this. If you go near South High, there are along Elmore, one or two there. You see them if you come up Raspberry streets that would intersect with Raspberry if you're coming from Kincaid Park. So in places where there would be an unfortunate increase in traffic due to a development, they do place those. It's not fire department's preferred, but it certainly is done.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question for the developers. I'll say that I happen to live right next to a fire gate, and it's kind of inconvenient for me, but it works very well for my neighborhood because it prevents people from cutting through our condo project, basically. And we've heard from this neighborhood that increased traffic is one of their primary concerns. And so I guess I'm repeating the same question before to the developers. Would this fire gate prevent you from going forward with this development?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, no, it would not prevent the development but from moving forward. However, we have done our homework. We talked with Kinney Engineering. We had them analyze the traffic flows through this development. And again, 15% of the traffic is heading out of Hain Street. These are from certified traffic engineers. We wanted to know, coming into this project, how much traffic was going to be headed that direction, and it's moot. It's not that much. Additionally, you know, some of the roads along Elmore are feeder roads for a few subdivisions. You know, there could be 50, 60, 100 lots that feed those roads to Elmore. This is not that condition. We have a 30 lot.
I understand there's a party in the back. Can security go say hi to those folks?
We have a 30 lot development that comes in and out off of O'Malley, where 85% of its flow is going to originate and be directed to. So again, I just do not see how a fire gate is warranted with information from a traffic engineer showing such little traffic is going to be entering and exiting via Haines Street.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Allard again.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate once again that this was part of the conversation because I did hear from individuals that live in that district that were adamant that if there was a fire gate up, they would be like, okay, we can do this. But when I spoke to Commissioner McKinnon, he absolutely said no. So even if this amendment passes, you're not going to get approval to keep that fire gate up by Department of Transportation.
All right, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment to tack on to the end of it as long as approved by traffic and fire.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Is there any?
Can I speak to it just very briefly?
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is so that if traffic or fire does not approve it, for any reason, that the subdivision can move forward and it doesn't become a hurdle that requires either the subdivision to delay or come back to us for any kind of additional action. Thank you.
Anybody else? Hearing and seeing none, everyone, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Peterson.
that? Yeah, Mr. Welton, I believe the clerk caught it.
I did.
Can,
It should, as long as approved by traffic and fire.
there you go. It's
Okay.
up on the board.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Now on to the amendment. Any further input? Nope. All right, let's proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
All right, back to the main motion. Any other amendments? Hearing seeing none, anybody wish to speak to the item? Mr. France is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few weeks back, when this body voted to change and amend the Hillside District Plan, I was not in support of those changes. And I don't believe that the rezone is consistent with the goals of the plan. I appreciate the efforts of the developer and the community members to find a way forward that respects the Hillside District Plan, but even with the two amendments that have passed, I don't believe we get there. So I simply can't support this rezone, and I agree that as other members have brought up in prior discussions, there needs to be more available housing. However, this is not the right place for the project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. France, anyone else? Okay, seeing no, oh, Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Yeah, we had, there's a number of approval criteria for a rezone. And one is that it's in the best interest of citizens. And we certainly have more homes here. It'd be a beautiful place to build. This is a great builder and they do beautiful work. But this is not the place for it. When we do rezones and we encourage more housing, we should focus on that being near our town centers, near regional centers. And we've got plenty of land around Abbott Loop Town Center that could be built on, and that's where we should be doing these things. And here we're doing a rezone for higher density that should be retained, in more of a, like the surrounding the hillside district. I think in some regards that battle was lost when we, puzzling to me, amended the hillside district plan and the land use plan. One of the things that it conforms with the comprehensive plan, and again, it does now because we made those changes a few weeks ago, is it consistent with the zoning district? Well, we know it's not because it's right next to R6, and which it currently is zoned. And is it compatible with the surrounding area? Well, not really, and that's kind of the big issue. We've heard from the neighbors that this is not compatible. This is not the larger hillside lots that are expected in this area. So I just think just based on those, it doesn't meet the criteria. It's supposed to meet all the criteria, and it doesn't. So I recommend a no vote on the rezone. Thanks.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I have a question, I'm sure, for the petitioner. Excuse me. And that is in regard to what is the real reason behind wanting to change the zoning? When I had my conversations with the builder, it was the idea that these would be homes on 1 acre lots. And that's still allowed in the current zoning. So what is different that requires the change in the zoning? So.
Mr. Bennett.
Craig Bennett, through the chair, Ms. Kennedy. So right now, the land use, the approved land use is 1 to 3 DUA, and R7 zoning allows 2 DUA, but we have the SL for 1.7. DUA is what will be. Is that what you're asking about? And R6 is 1 acre. And we're surrounded across Hain. They are zoned 1/6, but they're only half-acre lots. So these lots will be the same size as the surrounding lots across Hain Street.
Well, actually, what I was asking about was when I was told about the project, I was told that these would be homes built on 1 acre lots. Is that true or not?
Half-acre lots.
Half acre, okay.
R6 is 1 acre, R7 is half acre.
I understand, and that's
Okay.
why I really couldn't connect why you were trying to change the zoning when the current zoning already would allow for a 1 house per acre. So anyway, that is a very different thought, I guess, or different from what I was initially told or understood, so thank you.
Quickly? Yeah, anything? No?
I was just going to add, the half acres allows the price point for the home to be in the $600,000 to $700,000 range. If it's acre plus or acre sized lots, that'd be at or above $1 million. So this development at R7 would allow us to get to the $600,000 to $700,000 price point and bring the prices down. Additionally, again, when we originally looked at this project, we examined it from a much higher density development, considering its close adjacency to Lake Otis and O'Malley. We looked at much more lots in this area than what we're presenting here today. And without even going to the planning department, we came up with, in our mind, a better solution than the higher density that we originally thought up. You know, half of the development when we first looked at it was already within the sewer boundary of AWU, so it made sense to extend public utilities and take advantage of the existing infrastructure so that we were on the fringes of existing development that supported what we were proposing to do, and it made a lot of sense from a development standpoint to extend that existing infrastructure and provide a product that's at a lower price point.
Well, I fully understand the idea of trying to make it cost effective, so thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, another question, probably stay up, guys.
No, actually, I want to speak in favor of passing this rezone. I appreciated Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance's comments, but we have a housing crisis in our town. The housing crisis and the lack of available units of housing are driving a lot of the issues we are seeing in our municipality around homelessness. And I hear it from the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness almost daily. The solution to homelessness is homes. Now, these homes are at a higher price point, but any housing stock moves the entire amount of housing stock, and we have such a low availability of housing stock that if we don't build more homes, we'll never get out of this problem. I would have loved to see this be the higher density development, but I really appreciate the builder's effort. And I appreciate the effort of my colleagues to allay the concerns of the neighborhood. So I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, members may proceed to vote. And this is a long time coming, this vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
All right, that item passes. AO 2021-24. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We now have before us item 14L, ordinance number AO 2021. I will. -91, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding public health and safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic. There is also an S version to this ordinance as well. I want to make a note, the time is now 11:47 and we'll continue until midnight, and then we will reconvene here tomorrow at 6 p.m. where we will continue with this item. So we'll go ahead and start with 3 people in person, and then we'll just go ahead and start with folks in person. So if you'd please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Please direct your comments to members of the Assembly and state your name for the record. Welcome.
Anchorage Assembly, thank you. My name is Janelle Jones. What I want to talk about here today is the facts of the matter in regards to the situation we are in concerning this virus called COVID-19. The state and local governments have censored information about the COVID-19 vaccine. This may go to show that they are well aware of that they are being exposed for their corruption, and they don't want people to know about the undeniable truth about the COVID-19 vaccine. Many of them are knowingly or unknowingly contributing to mind control and persuading people to be injected with poison. If knowingly, they are aware of their contribution to corruption. If unknowingly, they are just extremely ignorant and they are being used as a puppet. Local and state governments are evil predators for promoting the COVID-19 vaccine, and they are taking advantage of people's ignorance about the dangers of vaccines, because throughout history and up until present day, there has been numerous evidence and testimonies that prove vaccines are an intentional danger and weapon to the human body. Many people have experienced side effects and even death from receiving vaccines. Vaccines contain unnatural chemicals and heavy metals that poison and disrupt natural bodily functions. By promoting the vaccine, Anchorage and the state are showing they do not stand with Alaskans. They stand with the Satanists that want to poison our bodies. So by promoting this vaccine, these predators are contributing to mind control over the Alaskan people. And by wearing of masks, and the wearing of masks do not protect one's body from a virus. A healthy immune system does. The intentionally man-made COVID-19 is not more of a threat of the flu, and all All you have to do to protect yourselves and family is keep yourselves healthy with unprocessed whole organic foods or wild food harvested with the aid of herbs, vitamins, and essential mineral supplements, probiotics, healthy fats, nutrient-dense mushrooms, and purified water, not water from the tap that the state of Alaska is poisoning. The U.S. government has been playing off of people's ignorance and making people who believe their lies into bigger fools. This vaccine is the last thing our elders and our children need. We should not be giving poison to loved elders who have weaker immune systems, and to our children. We need to be protecting them and building their immune defenses. Nutrition is the body's savior, not a vaccine that is pure poison. All of you will get what is ordained for you for promoting poison and mind control to innocent people. Our state is especially evil for promoting bio-tech. This is a transhumanist agenda, which is pure evil to integrate technology into our bodies. I do not consent. Good day.
Move to adjourn. Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates, would you weigh in on this motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I will rescind the motion. I just need folks to let the people testify. If we can't hear you, then what's the point of doing this? What's the point?
I want to add, too, that we are going to need a motion to continue this meeting to tomorrow. Generally, we do that. If we do not have that motion...
Move to continue this meeting until tomorrow at 6 p.m. After we finish public testimony, ending at midnight. Thank you.
Is there a second to continue this meeting to tomorrow?
Ms. Allard seconded.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
After we're done, can I have a moment of privilege, please?
Is there any opposition to the motion to continue the meeting to tomorrow? Seeing no. Ms. Allard, would you like your moment of personal privilege? You have the floor.
Thank you. So we have an item in front of us. Everybody's going to be able to testify, and tomorrow everybody could come in. We're not going to move forward off of any item until let me finish. Stop talking and let me finish saying what I need to say. We are going to continue the testimony tomorrow, but I have to tell you, let people speak. Let them come up. If you want to be heard, then be respectful. But let them come up, let them testify. And all I'm trying to say is we will not move on. We will not move on until we hear from the public. The last person to speak, then it's closed. So you're all going to be able to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I would like to continue with the public hearing now. However, as Ms. Allard and others have noted, we need everyone to be quiet so the next person can come forward, please. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Not on? Hi. My name is Kristen Marchand, and I'm here to address the mask mandates, but specifically the private enforcement section that's written into it. This could prove to be very dangerous as you are pitting American against American, citizen against citizen, human against human. Our country is already so divided, and fear is reigning unchecked. A call like this could be detrimental to our city. Please don't pass this mandate with this kind of language written into it. I quote, "Teenagers also played a role in many communities when they enjoyed their newfound power to harass with impunity Jewish classmates and their parents, thereby contributing to the targeted group's isolation. Many ordinary Germans became invested in the ongoing persecution after acquiring Jewish businesses, homes, and belongings sold at bargain prices or benefiting from reduced business competition as Jews were driven from the economy. This is a matter of history, not a what if. We cannot afford to repeat these atrocities. As for the efficacy of masking, I'll read straight from the CDC's latest study. Disposable medical masks, known as surgical masks, are loosely fitting devices that were designed to be worn by medical personnel to protect accidental contamination of patient wounds and protect the wearer against splashes or sprays of bodily fluid. There is limited evidence for their effectiveness in preventing influenza virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person for source control or when worn by uninfected persons to reduce exposure. Our systematic review found no significant effect of face masks on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. Proper use of masks is essential because improper use of masks might increase the risk for infection. Tell me, are our students properly using their masks? Because if not, I think we can agree that they aren't. These masks are, according to the CDC, making things worse. I am against masking mandates, and I get that you guys are wanting to consider all, and I appreciate the hardship of your position. But if you are for mandates, then it's up to you to listen to those in your district. But please do not allow for verbiage like this to be written in. It's dangerous, it's Nazi Germany language, it's anti-American. Please don't pit us against one another. We are having a hard enough time as it is. Honest to God, my brother was born without a nose. He had one grafted from a rib and thigh tissue when he was a baby, and it doesn't look like yours or mine. My mom suffers from lifelong residual pain from shingles, and masking is literally excruciating. She also contracted contact dermatitis from mandatory masking last time. This issue is personal for me, and I'm setting that aside and asking you to consider humanity first. Side note, elective surgeries are being placed on hold as you're about to strong-arm this mandate and are already scheduled to open up on October 4th. That's a setup if I've ever seen one. I'll end with a quote from Gandhi. Truth resides in every human heart, and one has to search for it there to be guided by truth as one sees it. But no one has a right to coerce others to act according to his own view of truth.
Welcome. We have time for one more. It's 11:57. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Welcome.
I will keep this relatively brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. Brothers and sisters, I want to thank you all for being here. I recognize that this has become an exhausting issue.
And please state your name for the record.
And demands an uncommon stamina. My name is Dr. Robin Neinfeld, and I regret to inform you that there is in our midst someone who hates cats. I have done my research, and I can confirm that they secretly fund the use of kittens as bait to train pit bulls to fight. And then when those same dogs are murdered, this individual sinner shows no remorse. Now, while I have no first-hand knowledge of this, I have heard it from a friend and read it on a local blog, both sources that I deem to be reputable. Now, am I certain that this claim is true? Of course not. For all I know, she has an entire house full of cats, knows each of their names, lovingly dotes on them, and would never even imagine hitting a dog. But the damage is done, and the doubt has been sown. Is this not ludicrous? And to be clear, as my representative, I want to personally thank her for being a good sport in helping to demonstrate the absurdity of a dialogue that seems pulled from the gutter anymore. I know she didn't have to. As I stood here listening to the banter at the last assembly meeting, I was struck by the brazen cruelty of some of the rhetoric from the gallery. When did we lose sight of the real enemy? A disease that is quite literally robbing us of our very breath and then turn on each other. This isn't the Alaska I was raised in, and it certainly doesn't represent us well to outsiders. Your healthcare providers are not minions of the government any more than your pilot is a co-conspirator with the airlines to keep you trapped in your seat for an additional 13 minutes due to a headwind. Trust me, they want to get home just as much as you do. They do their best to coordinate with other pilots in center to find the best reasonable altitude with more favorable winds to get everyone on board safely to their destination. But invariably, there is always a passenger or two or three that curse and blame the flight deck crew as though they could have done better. Never mind the tens of thousands of hours that those pilots spent training and gaining real-life experience. And I don't know about you, but in the event of an emergency, I want the person up front in the cockpit to work their magic to keep us from dying, not the guy in 27B who has 30 hours in a 172. Why? Because that is a job he signed up for. He was chosen to protect us. And we want him to expertly navigate us through the peril. We too signed up to guard health and well-being, to sustain life. We are not nameless faces. We are not machines. We are living, breathing humans like you. Our political leanings are all over the board. Some of us are world-class hunters, some vegans, some married, gay, straight, widows, widowers. In short, we are you. And like the aforementioned pilot, we too want to return home to our families. This entire experience is not an either-or. It's not an either-or thing. This is an and thing. And until we are all willing to check back into our humanity and find our and, I worry that we can't move forward together.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We're out of time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It is midnight. We will meet back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. and start back up with testimony. Thank you.